in game. Like, from launching it to getting in game, 12 minutes. So, I actually refunded that game. Partially because I had a crappier computer at that point, too, but still. It was just too much load time for me. Too much load time. Year 375 of Longdeath continues here at this place. So, two things. We need to do an overview, and I need to read everybody out. So, everybody who's alive currently, if you would like me to check in on your dwarf, if you are in the chat, let me know. Pilot, Axon, Quevenir, Jimmy Tibby, Nano, Cryven, Diamond Destruct, Ducky, Volleylol, Aqua, Little M Katsu, Letharticus, Tygo, Reinhardt, Don Caribou, Zindros, Stone, Massive, Lumpy, Blue Space Weeb, Oswix, Dragon, Rory, Arch, Paranoid Metroid, LaFonda, Zatsuki, Laggy, Team Xeno, Do It, Tele, Anonymous, Anthony, Banana, Balinor, Mothrai, Navy, The Squoid, Maudlin, IDZ, Athros II, Mar, Bellinair, and of course, Whitcode. As for the fort itself, I have no idea. Probably. That's a really difficult question for me to answer now. Pink fluffy llama, but probably. This is the top of the fort up here where we keep the bees. This is the upper tavern area, as well as throne room up at the top. The guild hall over on the right and the library on the left. The outer walls. The main lair, which is currently going through beautifying. How old is Pilot? 129 years old. This is the main lair. The brown area down on the bottom there is where we do the majority of our crafting. But we are currently just trying to make it as pretty as possible using Kimberlite, and then Black Bronze, which is the darker pink, and Rose Gold, which is the pink. And down here is the other storage area. Down here is the coffin layer, which is filled with our statues. The old king's tomb, and then the new king's tomb right there. And we can go further down. Here's the maze that I made. This is the emergency bunker in case of disaster hidden bunker. Water drainage. The coin crypt. And then this is going to be our obsidian printer, which is our current project. All of these workshops down at the bottom here are just making crafts on repeat. We're trying to get rid of them all and send them up to the surface. All the boulders. This is iron bars. I'll get to that in a second, B-Lug. These are the metal bar storage spot. This is the other metal bar storage spot and ore storage. And then down here is the metal forge powered by lava. This is the first cavern layer, which I cleaned out by draining it with lava. And then I can scroll down to here, and this is the reservoir. We haven't gone down to the third cavern layer yet. And that is Longdeath. And good morning, B-Lug. How are you? Thank you very much for the 33 months. Second resub of the day. Second notification of money of the day. I was just saying earlier that it kind of feels like Twitch flipped a switch sometime midway through last week and turned half of my viewership off because I don't know where everybody went, but I feel like everybody went away. Anyway, we're kind of laggy. And I think that switch is called Lost Ark, to be clear. We're kind of laggy. We're making soap. We've got a bunch of mandates. Got to make crutches. Got to make a door. Rock door. 1. And crutch wood 1. Yeah, but we're on year 375 of 1005. So we got a lot of time left. But that is kind of the plan. Whether or not we'll ever actually make it there, brr, that I couldn't tell you. I might try and murder hell with drawbridges, but we don't really have any kind of way of doing that currently. But maybe in the far-flung future. Ducky got depressed? Why are you depressed, Ducky? Go pray. Felt love remembering gaining a sibling. Well, that's good. You were angry getting into an argument. So recently, I sold a bunch of things that upset the king very much so. And so we had to give everybody mandatory beatings. So everybody's kind of shaken right now. We have some depressed dwarves in the fort, but that's fine. None of them have been tantruming. Although most of them are unrecoverable, which is kind of annoying, but also, you know, kind of comes with the territory. Aral is the current mayor. I'd say Whitcode, Bellinair, and Lump are probably the furthest off. Although Whitcode, like, was super depressed and now ceased being depressed, which I think is kind of incredible. Like, was as far depressed as you possibly can be and is no longer depressed, which is nice. It's nice to see. But we're making some clothing. It's kind of the current project, so let's let them work on that. Yeah, we have the second king. We had another king. The king is massive. Currently exporting picks and crutches are prohibited, and they want us to make crutches. The king is 126 years old. Just checking something real quick. Seeing if I can find something. Jumped over to Blue Water. Let's jump to Gyro. Just looking to see if I can spot Pink Fluffy. I wish that there was an easier way of checking family trees in Dwarf Fortress. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to do. Just looking to see if I can spot Pink Fluffy. Well, technically, yeah, we've been at war since year 12. But no, we're not at war. We're not actively fighting with anybody. We haven't been sieged since the first handful of episodes. Turns out I'm pretty good at avoiding combat in this game, which has been kind of necessary, at least thus far. How capitalists manage making a mistake by getting the workers to take the L fort? Yep. That's dwarves. Investments are open if you would like to invest your tickets. But yeah, no, Longdeath, I mean, is very much a fortress about peace. And it's gonna have to stay that way about as long as this fort exists in order for it to make it to the end, I would guess. Which is for the better and also for the worse. I mean, it's part of the reason I think that some people have gotten bored of watching this fort and only check in every 6 weeks. Just because, like, you know, why would you, watch somebody just do the same thing every day in Dwarf Fort? Well, I mean, depends on what you want to watch, I guess. But we are currently making cloth trousers, leather hoods. We're also making some soap because I realized that we're out of soap. I think we're largely making pig soap, but I could be wrong. There it is. Where's the container in here? Glass box. Yeah, it's got soap in it, which is good. The other thing is, yeah, pig soap. Also kangaroo soap. Pig soap and kangaroo soap, so that's good. Ducky seems to be making all the soap. Seems to like the job, at least thus far. Are you saying pig soap is gross, Pink Fluffy Llama? Why is pig soap gross? Have you never used soap made from fat? I have goat fat soap. That's the soap that I have in my thing right now. I think something physical exertion? What? Been mulling over physical... Oh, examination, not exertion. Rory is pondering physical examinations. Feels satisfied after getting into an argument and feels pleasure remembering a sparring session, and is interested after pondering physical examination and felt love when speaking with his father. Well, that's good. That's a happy dwarf. I love it. We figured out ways to make Rory not depressed anymore, which is actually great because Rory was super depressed. We're in early summer. Still making soap from tallow. Still making all the clothing. Question is, like, do we actually have enough supplies for all the clothing? That I don't actually know. Let's process some plants and see if we can increase that a bit. So if somebody is pondering something, it means that they are a scholar. That dwarf is a scholar. So that dwarf thinks about a subject for a long time and then maybe writes a book about it. Means more time for interesting projects. I mean, I did dig a tube of glass all the way down to the center of the earth, and our main project right now is just putting patterns on the floor, which is kind of awesome in its own weird way. So I have to, like, import specific types of metal in, or specific stone types to make interesting patterns appear. I mean, yeah. I mean, these are all books, or books and artifacts. But all of the books in my fort were written by my dwarves. This is a masterful Swiss bound codex, nice bound codex created by Swoos. The written portion consists of a one-page manual entitled The Pursuit of Social Animals, authored by Hot Cup of Tea. It concerns the social behavior of creatures, and the writing shows a hint of tenderness. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. That's one of my dwarves' books. So, that stuff's super neat. In my opinion, I think. Relieved remembering having his punishment reduced, which is good, because I had to release everybody early from prison after the kings told everybody to go to jail. Literally, some of my dwarves got like 800 days in prison, which is ridiculous. So I removed all of my jail cells, disabled them all, and gave everybody beatings instead. The list of dead? What do you mean by show it off? I mean, I'm not going through all of this manually, if that's what you're asking. Still haven't hit the top. I think it hit the top. So no, I'm not going through all of that. I mean, put them on pillar tops. You know, like make a statue, put a pillar down, put, like, here. If I were to make super tall statues, I'd do it like this. I mean, I could even just do one or two, just to show you. Put down, like, let's just say Electrum. Rose gold. If I had a memorial wall? I mean, yeah, but not that I'm going to go through. I mean, all of the coffins are in order down in the bottom, but I'm not going to go through every single one of them. No point in doing that. What's behind us is behind us. Move forward. Then once that's done, put a statue up here. Although I need to hack these trees down first. That's what I would do. But that layer that has all the coffins in it, Space Pirate, they're loosely in order. And I know what order they go in. Loosely. I feel like I should quit the fishing. That or... Okay, you also have fish cleaning. Maybe just take you off of fishing and just keep you on fish cleaning. Got too many fish. Far too many fish. I don't know what that means. Pink fluffy. It's like we're making leather leggings. They canceled it? Wow, they did. Okay. Let's just gather all this. Yes. Dimple cups. That's a lot of dimple cups. Plump helmets. A lot of dimple cups. Meaning, I guess we could probably, like, harvest a good amount. Or actually dye some cloth. That's something we do. Oh, see, like, I don't name plants. So when people are just like, name of plant did this thing, I just look at you blankly like, what are you talking about? Dwarves come up here. Place those. Gonna cancel. Oh, no, it didn't. Wow. Who's the depressed one? Jimmy Tibby. Right, yeah, you're also a depressed dwarf. Got a lot of depressed dwarves in this fort. It's a rough time. And then, yeah, I guess I would need to do, like, tiny little wooden support. Wait for them to place that. When they place that, then I can place the statue. Put a silver statue up there. And there's a 2Z level tall statue. That's what I would do to make a tall statue. Which I just did as, like, as an example. But one of my favorite things to point out is this is the old entrance to the fort. Right here. This is the old front door. The old front door. Where we used to originally enter into the fort. It was right here. It's moved quite considerably. Or it's gotten a lot bigger. Abstract thinking. So go think. I think what we need to do, actually, is after all of our mandates have been satisfied, we need to just go hang out in the tavern for a bit, is what we really need. Because recently, these dwarves have just been too depressed. To a point where it's a concern. And a lot of them I'm seeing just need, like, pretty standard, I need to be around family kind of dwarven moods. We need to do a bunch of that. See, I think that's the plan for today, is focus still on clearing those boulders down in the basement, and also focus more on helping dwarves with their mental health, because Things have been rough recently. Things have been rough. But it kind of is what it is, and there isn't a huge amount I can do about that. We also need to clear out as many of those stockpiles as bloody possible. Sheepbone ring. I wonder how old that sheepbone ring is. Heavily worn. We're gonna have jewelry start falling apart on dwarves soon, too. Not gonna be fun. It's gonna be a tricky thing to deal with. Talk to my lover, such love I feel, says the merchant. Didn't know jewelry can fall apart. Anything that isn't made of metal will eventually fall apart and degrade. Jewelry included. Beds included. Crafts, doors, bins. All of the above. Raz, what's up? It's good to see you. That's why metal is forever? More or less, yeah. Well, we wait for this dwarf to construct a building. Snowy day in New England? Hell yeah. You enjoying the snow? It's another quiet day over in this stream. The humans have arrived to trade, which is something that I need. Just gonna let them place this statue, and then we're gonna get rid of some crafts. Also, the current population is 39, but with merchants, we're actually up to 53. Which is pretty damn good. It's a rainy day in Old England. Sounds like normal for Old England. Uh, 400 years is the length of time it takes for a wooden crafted item to degrade down to being unusable. But yeah, it would need to be quite some time. Let's see. So you're removing the stair right beneath you. Curious to see how this goes. Like, kind of real curious. But yeah, I would say it's fair to say, Space Pirate, that the vast majority, if not all players in DF, have never had to deal with that. Because it's such a pointlessly specific thing. All right. It's just like corpses degrade down into absolutely nothing, right? It just actually takes so much time, it's completely irrelevant. Okay, wheelbarrows, wheelbarrows, wheelbarrows. Perfect. Just like real life, yeah, Raz. Just like real life. Only one of the two human factions actually showed up to trade. Once again. It's been a while since we've had two. Also, chat room, I just need to say a quick thank you to everybody who's tuned in today and right now. in general, because this channel lives and dies based on how many people tune in and watch. And it's been a quiet week. Past few days have been significantly more quiet than even the usual quiet. So if you're hanging out today, I just want to say thank you. Nice to see you. While we wait for our dwarves to slowly show up and then begin trading. It's happening. One at a time, they single file in. Remember one of your old embarks, a terrifying snowy biome, and you didn't realize the surface was covered in old rusted metal things from a battle. Really? Oh, that's interesting. I'm assuming I'm still live, right? My web browser just crashed. That's weird. Hold up. Just got very quiet in here. For a second there, I thought my computer crashed. Okay, so my web browser crashed and OBS minimized when it did that. For some reason, it like booted OBS to like down into the item tray. And I just kind of lost everything for a second there. So it did feel like my stream just went down. Hey, we're still here, so that's good. Weird. It's what I get for refreshing a page in the background. Right. Well. Anywho. Why is that? Now I've got all my stuff back up. Cool. A little sus. Yeah. Can say that. How do you do the beer thing? You type in the word beer. Or the beer emoji. Or the beers emoji. Or you could type in the word beer in one of many languages. Is how you do the word beer. I want to practice a craft. Give you weaving. And of course, if you subscribe to twitch.tv/blindIRL or get gifted a sub, which is currently harder these days, then you can type in my beer emote, which also does it. Or you could temporarily unlock it for 24 hours with channel points. That's also an option, but it takes a while. It's a very, like, long set of options and things that you could do. Really should just get rid of this lower building, because it's not used for anything. Maybe we get rid of this building. Maybe that's the thing that we do today, is we destroy this little building here, because it's completely pointless. It used to be all for honey storage, but all those stockpiles have moved elsewhere. Matter. Begin the process of deconstructing that. Let's bring Dewitt, who's our broker, down. Where's all the storage gone? Well. Dwarves also be like, honey, why are bugs so buggy? In this instance, bees. Right, let's see. They brought bismuth. They brought bronze. Cool. Nothing I actually super duper need. The other thing I'm going to do I was gonna say I was gonna buy thread, but they didn't bring the kinds of thread that I would need. Brought some rope reed. I don't really feel like using the wool, but might as well. Buy some blackberries, make some blackberry alcohol. Raspberries, sure. Bilberries, sure. Prickleberries, why not? Long yam, sure. Then everything else is just going to get gifted to them. Trousers, gloves, mittens, and socks. Finish those off with those instead. Because I'm pretty sure I have enough yarn. But you're not really going to know until, you know, until they actually start trading it. Or until they actually start working on it. There you go. LaFonda gets to weave thread into cloth. That's what we like to see. Trading is one of the least interesting parts of this fort for me. Because it's just a very long period of time, usually. Damn. I don't even know whose bedroom this was, but... This object is threadbare. An interesting description. Oh, hey, shit, look at that. Kick roast. The merchant has given birth to a baby. The fascinating thing about this is Kick roast is, of course, the wife of the mayor and also the most loved dwarf in this fort. Has the most lovers. Which is kind of annoying, actually, because they have so many lovers. Those, including the king, in fact. You know, this, I'm just going to throw this out. This seems like a conflict of interest. Because my mayor's wife is sleeping with the king. Anyway, you would like a dwarf space pirate? You can absolutely have a dwarf if you would like. You're doing the typical newbie build in the fort. You're starting to build. It seems like rooms are all over the place with no thought. I mean, my rooms are still all over the place with no thought. Most people, too many people just do rectangles. Screw rectangles. It's boring. Space pirate 256. Done. So, of course, your parents are Erel and Kick roast, the merchant and the merchant's wife. You have some older siblings, which is Oswix, Bastet, and Banana. And I want to say Bastet's dead, Banana's dead, and Oswix is still alive. So Oswix is the one older sister that's still alive. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. His sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. And his very long hair is braided. His slightly protruding cobalt eyes are slightly close set, and his narrow ears are slightly flattened. His nose bridge is somewhat concave, and his hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. He likes pyrolustite, fine pewter, violet sespertine, and giant leopard gecko bone, the color pale taupe, and large gems, and the words of the number of glistening and the sound of the chant of blossoms. When possible, prefers to consume helmet snake and anchovy and maize beer, and cannot stand moon snails. And is a firm believer in the value of tradition and finds introspection to be a waste of time and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples, only forming fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others because his mother took all of the love away from him. Does not trust others and generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself and likes to take it easy. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and is quite polite. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. And is brave in the face of imminent danger and needs alcohol to get through the working day. But yes, I generally the way I build forts in Dwarf Fortress is just make shit that looks cool to me because I have to stare at it a lot. So it better look cool. If it doesn't look cool, what is the point of making it, right? And I think a lot of people just go for optimization, and that's what they think looks cool, right? And if that's what you think looks cool, fucking by all means, go nuts, you know? Make the thing that looks cool for you. But I personally think that intricate circles and weird shapes like that look awesome. Whereas a lot of squares just kind of look square. So, you know, that's kind of my take. The mayor says, I have become a parent once again, and this pleases me. That is good. I don't know, but it goes on for infinity. And it opens the door. Squarg. The merchant says, I've made a friend. I feel fond. Well, that's wonderful. It's hard to min-max on your own? Yeah. Speaking of Doors to Hell, Squag, I noticed that you finished Quicker Flak, and I'm just curious, what do you think? Because that's my favorite of those games by that dude that I've played. Hard? Yeah, I haven't gotten to the end yet. I haven't gotten to the end. I've made it to 77%. A lot. Can't get past 77%. I'm just going to get on a run one of these days and just finish it. What? That day is not yesterday, which was the last time I tried. Like people who install mods to put lots of rounded edges and curves in their Minecraft, that's illegal? I mean, I don't know anything about mods being illegal in Minecraft. I mean, the one thing that makes me kind of sad is when, like, I tune into a stream and I'm like, oh, hey, big famous person is playing Dwarf Fortress, and they're just playing with DF hack on and they're just using Stamper. It's like, well, that's cool, but there's no creativity. It's like, come on, draw your own fortress layouts. You got the sub 80, so you're done with it? You beat it twice? Yeah. Haven't gotten the sub 80 yet. I haven't even finished it yet. 77%. We'll get there eventually. You know, it's kind of funny. It was like November and December were kind of nuts in a lot of ways in this chat. Like, still, like, numbers were lower than usual, but things were very active in a lot of ways. And I was pretty adamant that this is, like, out of the norm. And now we're, like, back firmly into the more normal feeling of this channel. It makes me sad that I was right. But I very much was right. So I'm really curious to see what the next, like, 2-3 months are going to look like, because I'm very excited to see whatever that next news update is. I want to see Tarn make a roadmap for Steam DF. Is this the fort that had the power washer concept that you built? This is Longdeath. Just check the title of the stream and it'll tell you what fort it is. This is Longdeath, which is the fort that I'm keeping alive for 1,000 years. See, here's the thing, right? One, that's not necessarily true, Space Pirate. And two, streamer only lasts as long as people watch. Lots of people know about this game. What's sad is how many people know about this game and refuse to watch it. Or refuse to play it. Which is actually, like, the thing that I see way more often. Which is, like, I was talking with a friend of mine who's another streamer. Not part of my team or anything, but who I haven't really spoken with since the last time I went to PAX, so it's been a while. And he used to raid me all the damn time. Like, he used to, you know, drop pretty large numbers of people on me once or twice a week. And he basically stated, he's like, yeah, the reason I don't do that anymore is because, like, I don't understand the game that you play. That's what's sad. It's not like that people refuse to play the game or anything. Like, that's not the sad bit. The sad bit is how many people are just like, oh, that's complicated. So the only way I really have to grow is if the community of Dwarf Fortress promotes me, naturally. Which I get a bit because I have turn on the stream every so often, and I get a boost every time I do that. But outside of that, really, it's just like, I'm kind of just on my own, really, outside of my team. And even that's, like, limited. So. It's not whether or not it gets a huge boost. Dwarf Fortress will get a huge boost when the Steam version comes out, or when the premium versions come out. My channel won't necessarily get a huge boost because there will be a lot of competition, right? It's like everybody's watching Lost Ark right now, right? Like, that is the most viewed, most popular game in the world currently. But if I were to go stream Lost Ark right now, I wouldn't necessarily get more views than I do playing Dwarf Fort because there's a lot of competition. There will suddenly be a lot of competition. What, for Longdeath? No. I mean, when the premium version comes out, I will not be streaming. Trust me. You'll stick to DF after the others give up? Yep. But then there's the question of, like, the staying power question, right? So I don't know. There's a lot of unknowns, and I guess I'm not as confident about it by default as some people are, right? Like, it's really nice to see people in chat state like, oh, you know, you'll get a huge boost when the premium versions come out, but I can't bank on that entirely, right? Absolutely. I've been saying that for years. Base Pirate. It's real funny to me when people are just like, Dwarf Fortress is too complicated a video game. I'm going to go play Escape from Tarkov now. That's just really funny to me. Also, the humans are done trading, so we're back to making clothing. Looks like we do actually have more yarn than I thought we did, so that's good. Lumpy's making clothing. Oswix is making clothing. Loathing being beaten. I mean, I know that feeling. Satisfied at work. That's good to see. You feel satisfied at work. Okay. Process more plants. Space Pirate says Baga. And Space Pirate's Mup. Feels satisfied remembering producing a masterwork. It's making yarn gloves. Made a masterpiece left glove. Dwarf Fortress, you know, honestly, Dwarf Fortress is, to me, is the biggest example of... Dwarf Fortress is the biggest example of people confusing complicated game with obtuse game. Dwarf Fortress is an obtuse game. It's not a complicated game. It's just obtuse. Once you, like, understand the way the game communicates information to you, playing it is not difficult at all. But it's obtuse. So you have to get past the obtuseness of it. Yeah, SS13 is also just obtuse. Although SS13 is largely obtuse because of, like, the process of installing it. Like, the first time I installed SS13 was like, is this going to just, like, blow my computer up? Or did I just download the wrong thing? Because the whole Beyond client thing is a fucking nightmare, but hopefully stuff like SS14 will help. I'm actually like I'm in the test for Space Station 14, and I'm very hopeful that this will end up being good. But you know, it's an open source project with it's an open source project with like no release date, so who the fuck knows? Yeah, no, absolutely. It's like I Space Station 413 suffers more because of the engine that it runs on than anything else. I'll be the OG Dwarf guy when Steam version comes out. Your perspective will be value in giving context to what will become the new normal. Hopefully, I really hope so. I mean, like, I'll state this as well. Longdeath, the second the premium version comes out, is going to be the lowest priority and not gonna make much progress. Like, Steam version coming out if Longdeath hasn't hit at the year 1000, which is likely. It is likely once Longdeath is, or once the premium version comes out, that Longdeath will just take a permanent backseat. Beyond that point, that is very likely. Very, very, very likely. So we're going to finish doing this. Another crutch. Wood crutch for mayor. Once we're done with this season of clothing being made, I think I'm just going to lock everybody in the tavern for a bit. That's what we're going to do. Also, like, the style of game that SS13 is, Red Octobear, is made worse by how Beyond works. I think that if SS13 had a modern client that all ran in one window that you could just download from Steam, I have a feeling SS13 would actually be a really big game, which means I need to get better at SS13. It's like I know enough about SS13 to play as a janitor and just kind of watch shit happen around me, but I'm not good enough at SS13 to do any of the complicated jobs. So, I don't know. I would like to see that game do well enough and have servers that I could stream on, and then be able to stream some SS13, because I think that would be a bunch of fun. Because I feel like enough people who watch this channel are also interested enough in SS13 that I could make that work. But the sad part is, like, the way SS13 currently works, I'd need to run a private server, and then we'd need enough people to fill a private server. And most days I stream, I don't have enough active people in my chat. Like, I might have 50, 60 people watching, but, like, maybe 10 of them can drop what they're doing and jump on a server for a thing. And it's like, that's not enough to populate an SS13 server. And so many of them have anti-metagaming rules that unless, like, I have my own private server or know somebody who does that's populated, there's no way in hell I'd be able to stream it without just getting banned from this server. Like, I was watching somebody else stream SS13, and he lasted for about 2 matches before getting banned from the station he was on. It's just like, well, that's just kind of a pointless endeavor at that point. I'll play SS14 when that comes out. Spitalier, but if I was a bigger streamer who could host his own station, I'd play SS13 right now. Well, maybe not right now, but this evening. But I'd need 50 people that would be willing to drop everything and jump onto a server. Yeah, every single one I know runs their own server, and I'm not big enough to do that. And I'm also not willing to dedicate 3 days a week to just SS13 to be able to build that audience to do that. So it's like equal parts me, but also the game. It's like Russ Money has also stated, he's like, yo, you could play on my server, but like he streams usually after I'm done. So then I would be required suddenly to spend all day playing as... No, not gonna do that. So I'm gonna have to stick to single player stuff until the right opportunity presents itself. I have no idea about Unity Station. The only one that I know that's actively being developed is SS14, which I showed on stream for a second, but there's a link. That's the one that I know that's actively being developed. And it's actually got, like, ever since they opened up the playtests a bit, whenever the playtests happen, there's like 60, 70 people playing. So there's people playing it, and there's people following it, which is pretty good for a playtest. I don't know about Unity Station. As far as I can tell, Unity Station's just been dead for a while, but it's hard to tell. Master of none. Well, that's fine. Nobody's watching you or telling you whether or not you're good at the game. Nobody's asking you questions about how to play each game you're playing, I don't think, amateur, so. Also, your name checks out. You only need to know everything about a game if you're writing guides for it or if you're streaming it. Otherwise, like, it doesn't matter. You really don't need to have that much detail about it. All right. That is, I think, it for that type of cloth because all of these jobs have stopped unless everybody's asleep, which I don't think they are. I'm going to give them a minute. Take a peek up at this. A lot of this is silk. Let's just do some silk stuff, and then we'll let them all head back. Crutches. Problem is both my king and my mayor are demanding crutches. Found a sandbox kit for CDDA, and now you can build sandcastles? I... Took me a second to realize what you were talking about, but fair enough. At least in regards to SS13, if you're playing and streaming it and you don't know what to do, most stations have a pretty detailed wikis on how to do that and on how to do various jobs. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, playing SS13 isn't the issue. Playing it isn't the issue. The issue is the way that community treats metagaming. That is the issue. Playing SS13 isn't the issue. Let's just make a bunch of bags, because I'm, like, out of bags. I'm just noticing seeds piling up everywhere, and my bag stockpile's not being full, so... Squug, does that thing that you posted on general have sound? Because I kind of want to click it, but I'm scared. Also, something I've done for this fort specifically is I've turned on discussions in announcements. So whenever I'm in this fort, all of the chatter that the dwarves have go into announcements, which equals a lot of announcement spam, but is fun for this fort specifically. Like Team Xeno just put on an exceptional item. Feels filled with delight, which is good. Because we're making clothing. So damn it, they should feel filled with delight. But yeah, SS13 is got sound but no music. Yep. I can never tell with Squug's posts, Obo, which I think is fair. I think that that's fair. Also, I'm just gonna shout this out for a second because streamers gotta pay bills. The gift sub leaderboard actually isn't full yet this week. You can get a number 3 badge for just a single gift sub, which ain't cheap, but I'm just saying, it's there. play with that turned on as well. It's not bad with low pop. Yeah, it's not bad with low population. With high population, it gets a bit much. Well, thanks for doubling the number of gift subs this week almost, Red Octo, and chucking out a 5-pack. Big thanks. Cheers. Yeah, can I get a big round of beers for that 5-pack? Hell yeah, man. Clink. And for Pilot, gifting a sub to amateur player. Thanks, Pilot. Big thanks. Seriously. Like, it's been a quiet week. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does mean that streamer has to be careful as to whether or not he orders Chinese food. Which he definitely didn't do last night. Don't accuse me of things I didn't do. You have no proof. Also, cheers, Alamire. I hope you've been well. How is all that crafting going? Excellent. They're working on them bags. Perfect. Let's see. Are they actually going to put some of those seeds away? That is the question. Hey! Why'd my phone go off? Also, thanks for the bits, Hobo. No, I don't want to see what's new on Prime. Amazon Prime. Hobo, thanks for the $3. That's the first hype train of this month, I think. That got past level 1 anyway. Can't streamer do the thing where if chat feels like it, streamer can order streamer food? I don't have that service on this channel. I never have. But I have ordered food on stream before because chat's told me to. Iron pick. But it's been a while. I don't generally eat takeout. So, like, me ordering takeout is like a once a month thing, maybe. I've always kind of been of the opinion it's like, if you want to throw money at streamer, throw money at streamer. Don't, like, add pounds to streamer's waistline, because that's usually what ends up happening. Hi, Navy. How are you? That's all I have to say to that. Yeah, that's accurate, Hobo. I have an important question. How did Space Pirate not get a sub yet? Here, have a sub, Space Pirate. I'm going to do a thing real quick so the bot doesn't die of an alcohol thing. Does this stop that? Nope. Thanks for gifting a sub to Alamire, Pilot. You know, I don't deserve to have you around, Navy. It's kind of a fact. I really don't. But you are kind of single-handedly keeping this channel funded this past 2 months, 3 months, maybe. Cheers, man. I'm going to restart my bot now. Actually, I'm just going to disconnect it and reconnect it. That should reset. Nope, doesn't reset that. Okay, well, I'll just do this. And to anybody who just got gifted a sub, say thanks to Navy. Because it's probably him. There we go. Bot has been reset. So it'll stop spamming the chat. Hey, Merc. What up? Nothing. Happy indeed. Attending a meeting. You also depressed? No, you're not. Then why are you attending a meeting? Dwarves are supposed to attend meetings when they're sad. I wonder if, like, this dwarves' depression, like, wore off right as they started walking over to the meeting. So, you see all that clothing in that room up here? All this? This all belongs to the mayor's wife. She doesn't put anything away. She just leaves it strewn about without a care. I'm starting to get real annoyed with that dwarf. There's nothing I can do about it. I could dump it, but that would really upset her. You know, I think that navies are in this. I don't give these out very often. Have a pink badge, Navy. Yeah, she really... I think that she's just treating the mayor's office as a walk-in closet, actually, Raz. Also found out it's Super Bowl Sunday here in the US, which you're happily skipping for lack of interest. I thought the Super Bowl was finished. Like, I thought that happened like 2 weeks ago or something, but apparently it got delayed or something. Also, even the hype train didn't register that at all. Choo-choo indeed. I like that one, actually. Pilot, hype lurk. That's pretty good. A good one. Can't ever remember when it happens. You're always just surprised. It happens in February. Yeah, I feel that way about a few things. All right, so we've remembered to shut off the pumps. Suspiciously stoned giraffe is kind of cool. Yeah, suspiciously stoned giraffe. Speaking of alive, hi Krabicus, how are you? You're going to a friend's house to watch commercials? If there's any particularly fantastic commercials, you should report back about the fantastic commercials. Because I do sometimes look up the commercials after the commercials happen if there's any particularly good ones. Actually, Hobo, I have a rule for you before you go to the Super Bowl or to go watch the Superb Owl commercials with your friend. Please report back about the number of commercials that also happened to include NFTs. I would like to know how many of them are NFT-based commercials. All right, our dwarves. You're gonna take a shot for every crypto and NFT-based commercial? Okay, perfect. As the king of Lanka. Okay, fair enough. Well, best of luck. Hopefully, hopefully your king has many bloodlines and lasts for a long time and has many wives and marries off many daughters and doesn't get, you know, beheaded immediately. Hobo, you died too young. Ah, Hobo can take it. He's good. Just take half. Just take small shots. Three wives and 9 daughters. Doing well. Doing well. You're 58? Ooh, getting a little old there. You need a son. Your friend is a medical person, so no worries there. I'm a medical person, but probably not the type of medical you're referring to. Annual tributes have arrived. I'll have to screenshot some stuff from Stone. We're storing items in bags, which is what we need. Perfect. Because, okay, so I've had this issue recently. A lot of my bags have stopped being useful because they got too old. So I actually had some bags fully degrade. And I also had... I also sold off some bags for, like, falling apart. So now we're making new bags, and so dwarves are going to be putting seeds away for a while. Let me make more doors. God damn it, man. Group of soaring, screenshotting for Stone. If he's also going to get drunk, then he will just be a friend. I'm sure they'll be fun. Know your limit, drink within it. You generally end up babysitting her, so it's all good. I'm sure you'll be fine. That's something that I've learned about Dwarf Fortress as of late. When dots start appearing everywhere, it's probably time to make more bags. All right. Still making lye. More lye do we have to make? Getting there. Getting there. And still making soap. How much soap is in the hospital now? Really? They like not increasing the amount of soap in there. But I'm still making soap though. Bring the soap over. Hell. Maybe I need more chests. I wonder if it's only 7. That's actually kind of funny. If it's only 750 chests per, that's actually kind of amazing. Why do I have so many wood chests? Guess all the tributes. Damn. Okay. And here come the other human tribute. Oh, you do have one male heir? Okay. Well, that's good. Glad the bloodline won't end with you. Makes things less complicated, you know? Ooh, very small one. Ash, prepare raw plant. Oh, perfect. Also, you know what's something that happens after a while when stuff gets really, really, really degraded? Specifically with bags, this is what's been happening. When they get to double X, they actually put the bag itself into the refuse pile. Which is... You know that your clothing is degrading a lot when you start seeing clothing in the refuse pile. Although, another way for clothes to degrade really quickly, same with bags, is being in combat. So if clothing is in combat and, like, they are deflecting a lot of hits with all the contents as well. No, they leave the contents in the stockpile. So if you actually have clothing that's been damaged to the point where it's degrading, or if you have bags that are degrading, they'll just put them into the refuse piles, which is kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. Fun little tidbit, if nothing else. Was near a fine seat. How pleasurable. Fantastic. Also, Darren's got some good-looking foods today. Mango salsa? I need to go grocery shopping. The one problem with the amount of work I've been doing recently is grocery shopping hasn't been happening frequently enough. My food has just been very boring as of late. It's like, I haven't been able to get outside to get good food. That salsa looks amazing, Darren. Chair, please. I'll take one. Also, just kind of a question to those of you who watch the YouTube channel. Something I've started doing, specifically for VODs that are not Longdeath, is I've started splitting them in half. I'm just curious if you have any thoughts on that. So instead of getting like 10-hour VODs, they've been like, or 8-hour VODs, they've been like 4.5 to 3-hour VODs. It seems to be doing all right for the non-Longdeath games. Food doesn't have to be exciting every single meal. That is not true. Vehemently disagree. I do have a well-stocked spice cabinet. I also grow my own spices. I also grow my own herbs, actually. And hopefully this next year I'll get a bigger garden because my family, my mom and myself have applied for a plot in the community garden. Or in a community garden, a local community garden. And by... If I get that spot in that community garden, I will be able to grow peppers and actual vegetables instead of just like mint and rosemary and kale and some lettuce, which is all I really am able to do right now. Do I grow my own vanilla bean? I don't even know if that grows here. No, I don't. Would you even get enough of that for that to be worth it? I feel like there's other things that you could grow that would be more worth it. I also don't use vanilla very often. Almost never use vanilla. Sounds like communism? Damn straight. How you doing, Ponce? What's up, man? Dude, community gardens are the best use of pointless, like, parkland that nobody uses. Shorter videos get recommended to you more, though you don't watch them much? Interesting. Define shorter. When you say shorter, do you mean, like, 2 hours, or do you mean, like, 5 minutes? Dwarves are here to trade, which means we can do that, which is good. bring all of the clothing over first. And splitting them up benefits you more than it gives me more of a backlog, which gives me more flexibility with what I do with the YouTube channel. You mostly watch the Longdeath VODs? Yeah. I think that like the Longdeath VODs have like a community of their own to this point, which is kind of awesome. Your grandson has been taken prisoner by a naked woman. Sounds like Monday. Ponce, have you been playing Lost Ark? Are you in queue for Lost Ark right now? I don't know why I'm assuming that you've been playing Lost Ark, but that seems like something that you'd be into. That or you've just been playing Sifu nonstop. One of the two. People keep calling Sifu a roguelike, and every single time I hear that word come out of somebody's mouth, my brain catches on fire, and I want to, I don't know, punch a kitten, and then I move on with my day. What's up, Gentle Sentient? What's that depot made of? This one? Rose gold. It's either rose gold or black bronze. Black bronze is a little darker. Like, this is the color of rose gold, this is the color of black bronze, so this is rose gold. I usually make them either out of rose gold, gold, or electrum, or black bronze, because I like to brag about my dwarves being wealthy. Dwarves gotta flaunt their wealth. Nil Tongues Dumont says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. There's much to discuss. What request do you have of our merchants? I'm actually going to ask for stuff. I'm going to ask for a pigtail cloth and, yeah, just pigtail cloth. And, of course, cheese for everyone, because we always need cheese for everyone. I said kitten, not kid, but, you know. Well, it's not your tile set, it's your color settings. Your color settings are not your tile set. Those are two separate settings. Unless you are using, like, I don't know, a graphical tile set, in which case, yes, then the color of your tile set. What tile set do you use, if I can ask Sentient? Pilot knows what's up. Look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Oh, you're using Vedelinger? Gotcha, gotcha. That's a good tile set. Vedelinger's art's amazing. Speaking of people that I hope see more success in the Steam version, I really hope that Vedelinger's able to convert his tile set to the premium versions. You need sprites for wooden floors? Why are you making floors out of wood? What's wrong with you? I do that myself sometimes. Surface forts usually get wooden floors. Think the algorithm knows if you favor long-form content and makes recommendations based on that? Just a theory. I have no idea how the algorithm works. But what I do know is that I probably am not following the rules of the algorithm. And generally, my news videos get more favor from the algorithm than the VODs, and that just kind of makes sense to me. You're not part of that, Swarm? Really? You know, I thought about it. I genuinely considered it with Lost Ark. I genuinely considered it. And then I took one look at, like, the way the gather areas look for that game. I was like, because this looks cool. Like, it looks like a decent action RPG. And then I realized that, oh, it's like 5 minutes of combat for, like, 10 minutes of, like, managing inventory and free-to-play bullshit. And then I was like, you know what? I don't want to play a free-to-play game. Fuck that noise. So I didn't. Doesn't everyone? See, I have a problem is wood degrades. I mean, I do actually have quite a bit of wooden flooring. It's all up here. It's all up here. Most of this is wooden flooring. But I need to replace it with obsidian. That's the plan. It's either like mud, stone, or wooden flooring. Combination of the two. Yeah, I was hoping it would be more of an action RPG. Because I would like to play an action RPG that's not Path of Exile, that doesn't do the boom, full screen explode, you can't see shit problem. Which is my problem with Path of Exile most of the time. Because after like a couple hours of play of that, I just can't play anymore because there is too much stuff on the screen. And that's kind of annoying. Kind of bothersome. Also, I think I need to up my sub goal. Good problem to have. Thanks, Navy. Hold up. I need to find that setting now. No, but they can catch fire. Space Pirate. They can catch fire. But as somebody who's had forts burned down before, not a fan. Not a fan. If a dragon were to show up, we might actually have a problem in Longdeath, believe. That's like the one thing that could really kind of fuck with me right now. But I don't think that there's any alive in this. Your favorite build you made in PoE is called the Lag Maker, the goal of which is to fill the screen with as much garbage as possible. I thought that those were called blindness playthroughs, where like you just play the game without actually being able to see any enemies. I mean, Railguns is a way better name than Minecart Shotgun. This is kind of a fact. Because they're minecart rails being used as cannons.
Whoa, dude,
That too. Space Pirate, yep. Oh my god, the Bandcamp app is now not, like, awful. Like, the Bandcamp app is so bad that I just listen to music I own on Bandcamp on Spotify because it's so much easier. Like, I buy it on... That has an actual name? Yeah, no, I've literally had people, like, explaining, like, playthrough... Like, it's a way of playing through Path of Exile because you have to memorize the enemies in each area because you literally can't play because you can't see anything. Like, there are areas in the game where you need to be able to see traps and shit, but, like, you have to memorize the building layouts in order to get through. Anyway, I'd swear that's a thing, but maybe I'm just making that up. Ooh, rat meat. Lovely. What everybody wants, right? Somehow I've, like, managed to run out of thread, and I'm not actually sure how. So I'm, like... buying all of the thread again. It's actually like a bottleneck in my setup that I've run into. Hey, Madunho. Things are all right. Also, I finally heard back from my cousin. Hey, Aqua's no longer depressed. Shoutouts to Aqua. No longer depressed. Is exhilarated after remembering punishing somebody with a beating. Well, at least somebody is. But yeah, finally heard back from my cousin, and his response is does not know if/when he'll return to streaming. It's just shit's gotten too busy. Unfortunate. Sad. Another one bites the dust. Yeah, I don't know. I think I maintain the... I maintain that he jumped too heavily into trying to, like, get numbers. But maybe I'm incorrect. I don't know. Chores, catch later. Yeah, thanks, man. That's all I have to say. Hey, Sebastian, thanks for doing that. Cheers, man. Thanks for everything you do, Navy. Cheers, mate. So should I tell Navy now that I dropped his dwarf in the other fort into the river and he went splat? Or do we tell him next time? Anyway. I don't know if he knows that. Probably should have said something. Anyway, have a good time doing chores. It was while we were building that wind farm in between the two canyons. I kind of went, yeah, splat. All right. Let's see if we can bring some crafts real quick. Bring those extras. Just bring all those. Bring a bunch of crafts over real quick. They're not leaving yet, so that's good. Not a bad council tribute, no. And it only just arrived. Also, hey, Stone. Hope you're doing well. Lucky's still depressed. Sad. Come on, man. What do you want for food? What's your idea? Dwarven rum. Chat, what is made into dwarven rum? Can't stand worms. You know what's funny? Is there's a cage with a worm in it in the mayor's office. Because I used to have a mayor that likes worms. And that dwarf has sad thoughts because they saw a worm. It's a tame cockatiel. I still have that? Maybe I already remember. I did. I think I did. I had a cage with a worm in it for a while in the mayor's office, and I guess I finally came to my senses and got rid of it. Substone. What's sweet pods? Oh, yeah. We may need to make sweet pods then. Or grow sweet pods. Do you get seeds back from brewing sweet pods? I don't believe I've ever really messed with them. But there's a lot of various alcohols that can have molasses as an ingredient. Well, maybe we need to get us some sweet pods. Just literally trading them knickknacks. Putting all these stockpiles right here actually speeds up the trading of these so much. It's kind of not funny. It's actually a huge help. Pity they don't get happy thoughts from trading. I participated in commerce. I feel successful. I don't know. Sweet pods? How the hell do you know that Dwarven rum is made into sweet pods off the top of your head? I don't know. Good question. How the hell do you know any random factoid about Dwarf Fortress off the top of your head? Hey, Mark. How you been? How's things? Next week on NBC, Jeopardy Dwarf Fortress Edition. If that was a thing that happened, we'd be living in a really weird world. And that's pretty much it. We'd be living in a much weirder world. A far, far, far weirder world. Looking at my stats from today on stream, and it's like, plus 109 new subscriptions. 108 more subscriptions than last stream. It's like last stream, we got one over the day, which is fantastic. Also, I don't understand how this happened, but apparently we've gotten 3 recommended viewers from Asmongold today. Thanks, Twitch algorithm. So if you were watching Asmongold before you came over here, cool. You're one of those 3. You think it was Castorium that Stone was referring to because you said molasses? Yeah. Stone may be referring to lots of things, and I sometimes have a hard time keeping up with what Stone's referring to, which is fine. I think today might be an early lunch day, chat. I'm getting hungry. I don't know why. All right. I need my broker to come back. Then eat. Okay. You know, I was watching some clips of Jackass last night because the YouTube algorithm works in mysterious ways and I was waiting for something to upload. Was Jackass ever funny? Or do I just have a bad sense of humor? Because I genuinely don't think that Jackass was ever funny. That or I'm just broken. I don't know. It was funny when you were... See, here's the thing. When I was a teenager, I didn't think it was funny. Like, some of the stunts that they did were impressive. Like, I was watching them throw shit into a jet engine and then smack people over the head with them, which I think was Jackass 3. It was like, yo, let's just take a bunch of tomatoes and throw it behind a jet engine and fire it at somebody, which is, you know, kind of funny. But, like, it's more just like, wow, that is a very elaborate way of hurting somebody. But I don't believe I've ever found anything in Jackass funny. Can laugh at something that doesn't mean it's funny. Yeah, just like me laughing at myself. when I look in the mirror. There's a lot of Plum Puma spawn. Lots of stuff being made into cloth now. Still making socks. Still brewing foods or drinks. Still making soap from tallow. King wants a pick and a crutch. Mayor wants 3 doors. Dwarven ale is, of course, pigtail. Yeah, I know that. Plump helmets are wine. Yep. The sweet pods are rum. Okay. I knew about cave wheat to beer. For some reason, I always forget that sweet pods exist. Is the problem that I have. I usually just forget about sweet pods kind of completely. Relatively rapidly after playing the game. Well, at least you feel satisfied at work. That's an improvement. But also just give you leatherworking and woodcrafting, maybe. Why is 12,000 people watching chess on Twitch? Is that what you're asking? It's normally higher than that. Chess is very frequently like above 20, 30,000. It depends on who's streaming. I mean, there are some pretty big people who stream chess. Chess is actually, especially since Queen's Gambit, which was a phenomenal show. Since then, chess has become a much more popular category on Twitch. I think it deserves it. Like it's a great category. There's a lot of very entertaining casts that take place in there. It's also a very profitable category because people who play chess are often quite generous. So categories that make streamer money keep streamer around, which is certainly something that has been true about the chess category for quite a while. That's wall. I thought I had the floor tile selected. Also, I hope that Sunday dinner was good today, Stone. Lasagna rather than a roast? Yeah, that's fair. I cannot remember the last time I had lasagna. And the reason I say that is because the only lasagnas I remember having are frozen lasagnas, and I don't really consider that real lasagna. Frozen lasagna is like eating Domino's pizza and calling that real pizza. It's like, it's not, I'm not going to call it. I don't know if that's pizza. It's like the fast food equivalent. It's like Walmart lasagna isn't really lasagna. That's more like I am on a budget and I need 3 dinners. Since I'm in a scene of The Hobbit and was only venturing out of Steam. Oh, I understand, Kravicus. Well, Lost Ark is... Lost Ark is Path of Exile, but Amazon's publishing it. And it's less explodey visually than Path of Exile and more high fantasy rather than dark, grim, dark nightmare fantasy. Why? Why what? Oh. You want to know why they're making a Path of Exile? And I have a follow-up to that. If there's a market, there's money to be made. Oh boy, there be a market. I'm shocked that Kravicus managed to dodge that sub bomb too. Speaking of people who also dodged the sub bomb, hi, Disco. What's up? People are lonely, bored, and a lot of people are still pretty homebound these days, you know? Whether it's because of not being able to go outside or inability to go outside. So, you know. Also, there's someone in general on Discord who's been chatting last little bit who is completely blind, which is interesting. It's fun that we've started to actually attract the visually impaired community, and I think it's largely because of the fact that I've been playing the Veil recently. Well, that happened because of World of Warcraft and Bobby Kotick being a Bobby Kotick. I'd say he was like being, I was gonna say something like being like Satan incarnate, but I don't want to insult my dude Satan like that, so. You're literally a news hermit? Not always. You've talked about local politics that I've missed. I don't know, because like it's stuck around for the MMOs. Like Final Fantasy has like built and has maintained. I don't know if it's fair to call Final Fantasy a short spike. I mean, maybe it is, and I'm just out of touch. But yeah, I would say that Final Fantasy has been pretty steady growth for the most part. Also, I'm deconstructing this roof right here because I don't have any use for this little building anymore. So I'm just gonna get rid of it. Huge, I would almost say huge explosion popularity-wise is an understatement when it comes to Final Fantasy, but I think people just the people that were still playing World of Warcraft just kind of got fed up with it, I think. But I also am not an MMO person, so I couldn't tell you. Because I'm not an MMO player and not somebody who's a big fan of MMOs. I don't know. Although, that being said, I did install a client to play Ultima Online last night. So, you know. You watched a documentary on the Final Fantasy MMO, and they messed up so bad that they rebuilt it from scratch in the player input. Yep, I remember all of that. And they have a good game, and they've been gaining players for years. Did you watch the, are you referring to the NoClip documentary? Because that's the one that I'm familiar with. I mean, I'll put it this way. If a Guild Wars 3 came out right now, it would be the biggest game in the world. People want that kind of game right now. Oh, also, another reason why Lost Ark is big is because it's owned by Amazon. And it's also a good game. And when Amazon puts out games that are good, believe it or not, Twitch drops are a really good way to market your game. Like, if Google published a game and knew how to actually utilize YouTube and the YouTube audience into all playing a game at the same time. I don't know what that means. What does going to Cantha in about a week mean? I don't actually know what that means. I know that they're, like, paying people. I've been seeing hubbub about, like, Guild Wars promotion stuff. Because being in this business, I see that stuff. And Imush, the merchant, has given birth to a girl. Would you like to be a brand new baby girl in the fortress, chat? We have a new baby. Little baby girl. You want to be a chat, do you want to be a brand new baby girl? Crabicus. Crabba. Cass. Yeah. Crabba. We'll call you Crabba. Crabba is the daughter of Imush and Kosoth, and she is the worshiper of the fuchsia and a worshiper of Shestek, the god of death. You have plenty of older sisters. Mar, Malden, the Skoid, Anthony, Aqua, Athros, Marfry, and Ducky. The Skoid is dead, I think, right? Oh, nope, the Skoid is definitely not dead. All right, so you've got a bunch of siblings. Big family. Big family. Busy mom and dad. You have no friends because you were just born. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She has a broad body and an angular chin, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her somewhat narrow ears are short, and her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. Her eyes are cobalt. She is rarely sick and likes earthenware, brass, and savarite, giant cheetah leather, and water buffalo horn. The color of dark scarlet, and the number of glistening, and the sight of this satiny flower. When possible, prefers to consume giant gulper and asparagus, and finger mullet beer, and kangaroos, milk, and plump helmet spawn, and cannot stand brown recurlus spiders. Personally feels that introspection and all forms of self-examination are the keys to a good life and worthy of respect, and is completely put off by the idea of fairness and values nature and respects power and does not care about fairness and dreams of mastering a skill, dislikes obligations, and will try to avoid being bound by them. I don't have much to read on that, Sesh, so it doesn't matter. So I'll have to scroll up on that. Scroll up. Because the last time I typed in a word, which was 2 words ago, is the last time I read. Castles made of fish, lakes, frozen carousels, ran away, crane-shaped wedge things, crank action, Geno flip plurally. Stars sold my planet to make wine. And I will add another word. I almost screwed up the count. Don't screw up the count, blind. Where was I? She doesn't handle stress well, and she has a greedy streak, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is trusting and often cheerful, and she regularly acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind, and she sticks out her tongue when she's thinking hard, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. There you go. Done. MMO people feel like they're chomping on the bit to jump on something good and long term with the original WoW, but very little is sticking, and it's all these flash in the pan things like New World. I wonder how many people are playing New World right now. I'm just kind of curious. I'm gonna go find this out. New World. So when New World launched, New World's peak player base was 913,027. New World currently has 50,000 people playing, which isn't bad. Like, it's very much like a game that's functioning, but Lost Ark is significantly bigger than New World. I mean, Lost Ark is sitting at, 1.3 million. Granted, it is free to play. New World cost monies. Well, that's probably got something to do with it. I mean, I think it's fair to say that Amazon has gotten better with each of their published games. I mean, does anybody remember the first-person shooter that they published last year? Was that last year or the year before, actually? Shit. When did that game come out? I'm like thinking about that now. They published a shooter? Yeah. Crucible. Yeah, that was it. I was going to say the mode from Destiny. Crucible. Yeah, the FPS that lasted literally like a week, and then they put it back into closed beta and then shut it down. Amazon did what? Oh, Amazon published Crucible, which was an absolutely massive failure. Then they published New World, which was a success. And now they've put out Lost Ark, which is the biggest game in the world. So I'm just saying, it only took Amazon 3 games to have the biggest game in the world. Legit took them 3 games to have the biggest game in the world. So chat, I think I'm going to do a early lunch. Like I said, I'm getting kind of hungry. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break real quick here and get me an early lunch. When I come back, we will continue with this. And we will do probably another, I don't know, look at the clock, 4 or 5 hours of this fort. And then we'll probably play some more of the Veil this evening if there's interest, or we'll do something else. Regardless, I will be back in a couple of minutes. So if I could get a round of beers, that'd be rad. And if you have sound commands, now's a good time to use them. If you want to support the crap I do directly, there's a link to my Patreon. BRB. Oh, also, new episode of the podcast dropped this morning. Back in 5. All right, I returned. Did I miss anything exciting? That was quick. So, I learned something, chat. Don't touch the hot part of your toaster. Um, which I just did. So now that I've done that, you guys now know not to do that, right? And won't do it. Good. Hot toaster is hot. Yeah. Well, I mean, so yes, I'm fine. I just washed my hands because I just stabbed my finger, to get blood out for diabetic reasons. So I just washed my hands, so my hands were covered with water, and I wasn't paying attention, and I went to grab a piece of toast out of the toaster and touched the hot part of the toaster, and I didn't even feel it. Like I didn't burn myself because my finger had water on it, and it just went psst, and steam came out of the toaster. I was like, that's hot still. Wow. All right. Anyway, didn't burn my finger, but it did startle the hell out of me. Reminded me that I'm awake, which is not a bad thing. It's good to be made aware of your own cognizance, and that certainly made me aware of my own cognizance. Anyway, I'm gonna drink more coffee because I probably need it. Yeah, I stabbed my finger, attempted to drown my finger, and then tried to set my finger on fire in about 10 seconds. So, making toast, it's difficult. Anyway. Good evening, Mind. How are you? How has your day been? You're eating toast? You too. Did you also stab your finger, set your finger on fire, and then drown it? Not necessarily in that order. Sounds like I'm having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day. I was having a pretty mellow day, and then Navy made it a good day. So yeah, today's pretty good. I have no complaints. I had to up my sub goal for the first time this month. So yes, good day. Didn't hurt yourself? No. I didn't hurt myself. I simply stabbed my finger, attempted to drown my finger, and then attempted to set my finger on fire. One of which was successful. The other two were not. Dwarves are running crafts up here with wheelbarrows. You'd think that they'd be able to put more than like a ring into a wheelbarrow, but you know what? I guess I digress. Could you imagine if dwarves could put like 150 items into a wheelbarrow the same way they can with a minecart? Ooh, Mar, the dwarven child, has been taken by a fey mood. Hell yeah. But, my pointer finger, it's not even bleeding. I was just overly enthusiastic about attempting to cauterize the wound, apparently. Although, speaking of bleeding, I realized, like, last night at, like, shortly after eating dinner that I'd bled all over one of my record sleeves. Just the plastic out cover part. I was like looking at my record. I was like, why is there that blood? It's just like cleaning blood out of my mouse, which I did the other day. No, I said this dwarf has a fey mood, not a fever. Remember yesterday was it yesterday? Was it yesterday or the day before? Or the stream before? It was the stream before last stream. So Thursday, when my entire military all died of a fever. When digging up to the layer below an aquifer without breaching an aquifer itself, will the layer leak down? Yes. Stay 2 layers below your aquifer. Which is funny because like the old like memes with heavy aquifers was like you channel up into the layer beneath the heavy aquifer and it's just suddenly a fucking torrent of water comes out of it. Because heavy aquifers were ridiculous for ages. Although the funny thing that I've learned about heavy aquifers is that they are actually they flow at a ridiculous amount because of the way time works in Dwarf Fortress. They're actually quite realistic in the speed at which they dump water out. The thing is, because a day lasts for about 30 seconds, the amount of drainage you would get out of an aquifer in a day is accurate to the amount of drainage you would get out of an aquifer in a day in real life. The difference is we see the water build up way faster because we are expecting a different amount of water because we're expecting time to work the way it does in real life, whereas it doesn't. But it's much more accurate with the light aquifers, even though versus real life, they're now significantly much more inaccurate. You drown in the game, you drown in real life. That's the part of 40 movies that I never could quite get down with. You know, I never really liked the part where they spray me in the face with water. It's like, stop spraying me with strange liquids I've not agreed to. I don't need this. Ponder prognosis. Hell yeah. Also, I think I've probably been over this, but maybe not recently with you, Merc. There are no such thing as a dumb question in Dwarf Fort. Just don't take that too literally like that one person who just started asking the most obnoxious questions. Within reason, there are no dumb questions about Dwarf Fort. Yes, it does. Well, I don't know if that's physics, but it's more like logic. You found the manager function after like 10 years? Did you ask me questions about the manager, or did you just like discover it like on your own terms? I can't remember. I just remember you stating that like, oh my god, how did I not use this manager before? And then I was like, you never used the manager? Are you okay? I wonder if anybody's ever been kicked to death by a dragon in Dwarf Fortress before. I'm sure that has to have happened, right? Imagine getting close enough to a dragon to get kicked to death by it. And not just, like, turning into a, like, cloud of red mist when it blasts you with fire. Yeah, but only once. Fair. Trolling is a hard art to master. You know, daze with it, I'll say this, and this goes for pranks as well, but daze and confuse and try to amuse. If you annoy me, you're not helping. If you're going to be a troll, be good at it. Very few trolls are good at being trolls. An example of a very talented troll, maybe I shouldn't give people too much credit, is Squug. Squug is a very talented troll. Although I don't even think he does it intentionally, which is just an example of why he's so good at it. I don't even have DF hack installed. But there is one feature that I miss from Lazy Noob Pack / DF hack. There is one feature that DF hack has that I like. There's one that I like, which is it in the Z menu, it tells you how many dwarves have beds. I wish that the default game did that. There is one way to see it without DF hack installed, and it's finicky. I just wish I had an exact number. That's the one thing that, like, I wish that my nobles did that. Like, I don't see any reason why the manager or, like, maybe even the bookkeeper shouldn't know that. But that's about it. That's the one thing that I'm like, I don't understand why the dwarves shouldn't know that. But Dragomins, my day's been pretty good. No complaints. No complaints. Hope your day's been well as well. Bye, Catchy. Also, to be clear, use DF hack if you want. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. It just helps immerse me a little bit more in the game if I don't use therapist and hack. And I like immersion in my games. I don't think it really helps with the playability at all either. Just has some handy tools. That's all it really is. Now I'm just about to ask why did you decide against it, Aqua? Why not just ask the question? Immersion helps with storytelling? Yep. Mm-hmm. Just like that dwarf that sat in the pit, Nox. Nox is probably the most recent fun story. That dwarf who got beaten in the head by a crab wielding a piece of clothing for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and almost starved to death. Somehow survived and is now alive and well in the new fort and has a family. That dwarf must be immortal. It's wild that that dwarf isn't dead. Just a big scar on their head. Really big scar on their head, but just a scar. It's like, how'd you survive? Just a scratch. Wow. Just a mere flesh wound. Winter, early winter of 307.5. I mean, see, here's the thing, right? You've been around the stream for a long time, Aqua. So if you're going to do something that I would, or you would probably consider trolling, you'd get a lot more leeway than someone who got here for the first time today, you know? If someone shows up for the first time today and just starts asking about why I haven't finished murdering all of the elves yet, or starts like demanding that I set the king on fire, yeah, I'm gonna get annoyed pretty quick. But outside of that, I don't really care. Respect is earned. Yeah, absolutely. You know, if Stone were to turn around and be like, you know, it'd be a great idea. Let's burn the king. I'd be like, you know what? That's a great idea. We'll do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow I'll forget, conveniently. Child does as it pleases and has begun a mysterious construction and works fervorously. What have you grabbed? Iron bars, rough jasper opals, stray cougar cub bone, jasper opals, cow calf bone, bull bone, cougar leather, and of course, wood logs. Phenomenal. You can melt stone. Is there any stone that catches fire? I don't think so. Hobo's a pretty decent... I was going to shout out Hobo as being a pretty decent troll, but Hobo has been less of a troll over the past few years. Hobo was more of a troll a couple years ago. I also think King the Space Disco Fox is a phenomenal troll, but he hasn't been doing as much of that anymore. I think a lot of the trolls in my chat have grown up. Is that fair to say? Or like we've mellowed a lot in our old age. Yes, deadpan absurdity sometimes just comes across as missing the point in text. Now that you mention it, how'd you go about setting... How would I go about setting the king on fire? Serious question. If I were to set the king on fire, I'd probably lock him in a room and fill it with lava. Lock him in a room and then tell him to dig out a wall. If I had to set the king on fire. I'd do it. Or just, you know, make it drawbridge. True, right? Yeah, graphite and lignite and bituminous coal are registered as both stone and flammable. This is true. Those do burn. I guess I forgot. I guess I didn't consider coal a stone. That's my bad. I considered that a fuel source. For the same reason that I'd consider, like, charcoal a fuel source and not wood. But charcoal is wood. You've just turned it more to get absurdist responses, which sometimes get lost in chat. True. Mar, the dwarven child, has created Beckard de Gal, a walnut wood cup, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Kosoth Guildskulls. Well, also as an example, like, King has tuned it down. Like, do you remember when King used to just sit in my chat for hours and make Ming Lee puns? Like, King used to just sit there and just say, holy, and stuff like that all the time. King used to just do that for hours. Mar, the dwarven child, has created Barksgidegal, a walnut wood cup, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Kosoth Guildskulls. This dwarf just made their own sippy cup. So, shout-outs to Child for making their own alcoholic sippy cup, which is worth 45,600. That's kind of a lot for a wood cup. It's called Dipped Galleys. This is a walnut wood cup. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with baguette-cut jasper opals and decorated with cow bone and encircled with bands of cow bone and cougar bone. This object menaces with spikes of walnut wood and jasper opal. On the item is an image of Iteb Veiled Whip, the dwarf, and dwarves in cougar leather. Iteb Veiled Whip is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Iteb Veiled Whip to the position of queen of the ignited creation of year 1. On the item is an image of a sea nettle in jellyfish. A sea nettle jellyfish in iron. Also, there is a ping from Krugsmash on the Krugsmash server saying that there is an account named Lord Bastich, Lord Bastich, which is compromised and is telling people to download an exe. So if you get a DM from that account, it's fake. Just a shout out. Which is funny because I got a DM from that account not an hour ago. Not even 30 minutes ago. I just get like 3 to 5 of those a day, so I just kind of delete them if they're not in my server. You headed out for the day, Kravicus? You love downloading exe files and running them? There is somebody who lurks in this stream sometimes and streams himself and hangs out on my Discord server named Crutonium. Headed out. Well, you have a good one, Kravicus, until we see you next time. Named Crutonium, who has a hobby of whenever he gets any kind of Trojan or any kind of scam email, he'll download it, figure out what it is, figure out how to disable it, and then if anybody gets caught in it, tells them how to fix it. Was his hobby for a long time. Don't know if he still does that, but like whenever like, because links used to pop up in chat that were just like, you know, spam bots, right? But now they're all just like, hey, buy viewers, and it'll give you a link to a service where you can actually buy viewers, but and follow bots. But for a while it was like, hey, this girl's shirt fell off on stream and shit like that would just randomly pop up. And then it would be like a screenshot of a stream, but the screenshot would have a Trojan in it. And he used to just like download those Trojans and try and figure out who made them. Those are marketable skills. Last I checked, he was unemployed. He's one of those people who's just kind of been unemployed for years. For various reasons. I don't know if he is these days, but I also haven't spoken with him in a while. Not directly, anyway. The last time I talked with Crutonium, he hosted the server briefly that me and a friend used to try out DwarfNet. What's that like? I don't know. I haven't tried it. Says the guy who is technically unemployed. I'm technically unemployed. I'm an unemployed contract worker with self-created passive income, because apparently that's what making money online is classified as Canada, is self-created passive income. I could start an LLC for my self-created passive income, but that's more complicated. Yeah. You know, I disagree with people's definition of passive income most of the time, because most people's definition of passive income is just like, oh, YouTube is passive income. You upload videos and it makes you money over time. It's like, yes, but in order for it to keep making you money, you have to actively keep uploading. Otherwise, it will stop, so it ceases being passive income. Just like some people consider Twitch subs passive income. It's like, that's not passive income, because if you stop streaming, they'll stop subbing. Potentially tasteless question, but how do you afford food, Aqua? The problem with those marketable blue hat skills, though, from that person's description, Merc, is while they are marketable skills that are helpful, a lot of people have them. It's just like me owning a microphone, right, and a home studio and a camera is a marketable skill that could be sold to... What just happened? Must be an animal running around that just scared all my unicorns. Anyway, I should probably also slaughter a bunch of those. Like, what I have technically is marketable skills that could be hireable in various community positions. But in reality, it's not super practical because I need to make sure I'm not actually slaughtering all of my turkeys. I am slaughtering a bunch of my turkeys. Am I slaughtering all of them? But it's not actually that marketable because, believe it or not, it's a set of equipment and skill that a lot of people have. So a skill might be marketable, but it's only actually useful when nobody else has that skill as well. You like to do that, but you're revising. You almost started working at Sweden's version of the NSA. Oh, really? Wow. You've had many contract jobs, but foolishly did a gig. Did gig economy for 40 to 60 plus hours a week when they first started, and these days you live with family and call it recovering from debilitating mental health issues? Yeah, can relate. Can absolutely relate to that. I think that my neighbor upstairs has like a jump rope or something, and I think that they just jump for like 15 minutes a day, a couple times a day as exercise. And so Like, that's my only theory, because that's the only sound that matches up with what they're doing. That, or they're just like punching a wall. One of the two. But it's just like thump, 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 thump for like 15 minutes. Still going. Starts usually around 12:30, and it goes until like either 1:45. It starts somewhere between 12:30 and 1:45, and goes till about 1 usually. And they do it again at around 6. I don't know what the fuck they're doing up there, but it's on a schedule. Technological arms race and all. Dude lasts 15 minutes. Impressive. You know what? I'm still impressed by how many people here dodged that sub bomb. That is crazy. Also, I don't think it's a dude. Pretty sure my neighbor above me is a lady. Could be a washing machine or something. Nope, washing machine's at that end of the apartment. I know that for a fact. Washing machines are all by the door of the apartment. And this is over at that end of the apartment. So it's in the wrong part of the building because I hear their washing machine and it's not a washing machine. Also, who washes their laundry twice a day? Who does that? Somebody with a very small washing machine or a lot of laundry, apparently. Diapers, I guess, is your response to that? I don't think they have kids. They might, but... You've been trying to beef up your OPSEC skills and testing and such, and you might get a traveling gig and doing some white hat stuff. Well, hopefully you find a gig that works. You know, it's funny because, like, on one hand, it's like, I think Blind's got, like, I've had people tell me that I have my shit sorted out, and it's like, on the flip side, it's like, I have no idea what I want to do with my life. Like, all I do know is I have to work too much right now in order for streaming and content creation to be sustainable. And I'm not going to be able to work this much for the rest of my life. I will collapse at a point. Maybe somebody waiting for DF Steam to release and getting ill every time they check the updates on Steam. If someone was waiting for Steam Dwarf Fortress to release and they got sick every time they waited, they went to check the updates on Steam, they should probably go see a doctor, because that seems like an unhealthy cycle. Just a guess, but it seems like an unhealthy cycle. Also, hello. You want to practice some martial art? Okay, we'll put you in the bear fighters. I'd hardly call that a comeback. I would call that logic. Like, seriously, if anything makes you sick that consistently, you should just see a doctor. Besides, all the people that are complaining that Dwarf Fortress takes too long are really just playing other games. Which is the beauty of this industry, you know, is there's just other games that you can play. Thread into Silk, we've thread into Silk, attend a meeting, attend a meeting, attend a meeting. I mean, Dwarf Fortress doesn't look like it's from the 80s, though. But okay. No, the 80s looks like... Dwarf Fortress looks a lot nicer than games that were coded in the 80s. It has a lot more detail and things going on in games that were coded back then. Just because a game runs in a pseudo-ASCII format doesn't mean it looks like it came from the 80s. Also, people say that like it's a bad thing. There's a lot of beautiful games from that era. Dwarf Fortress is one of them. It's a beautiful game. People are just scared away by the UI more than anything. Which is silly. But unfortunate. That's fine. I mean, the thing that I always tell people, Grav, is the only things that you need to be able to play Dwarf Fortress is the ability to read and the ability to type. And you're talking in my Twitch chat right now. You can play Dwarf Fort. Excuses and fears of depth are irrelevant. People just don't give themselves enough credit. That's kind of sad. Well, it's good to hear that you've been playing. I know what you mean, Stone. I know what you mean. But nobody's particularly good at Dwarf Fortress. That's the beauty of Dwarf Fort. Can't force dwarves to take care of farms for some reason? Are you running out of seeds? Odds are pretty good that you just need to like optimize your farms slightly differently. They're eating the seeds? They don't eat the seeds. They can't eat the seeds. You can cook the seeds, but that's up to you. You can also disable cooking the seeds by going into this screen, hitting Z, moving over to the kitchen, and then scrolling down the different seed types by hitting tab, and remove the seeds from cooking that you don't want to cook. Make sure that plump helmet spawn isn't set to cooking, and then go over to the vegetables and fruits section and go to plump helmets and turn off cooking and just brew them. And yeah, but those aren't seeds; those are nuts. Merc, come on. Crack that shell. Yes, but if they eat raw plump helmets, the seeds then come out of the plump helmets. They don't eat the spawn as part of the plump helmet. So if they eat a raw plump helmet, you get the seed from it. If they cook the plump helmet, you don't get the seed from it. If they brew the plump helmet, you get the seed from it. It's super simple. I mean, if you want to watch a very detailed tutorial about cooking, I can link you one, but... Or cooking and farming, rather. But farming in Dwarf Fort is exceptionally easy. It's just a matter of getting all of your setup correct. Once your setup is correct, it just works. Also, if you're playing in a temperate biome and you run out of food and you have an area that looks kind of like this with like trees and plants just on the ground, hit D and then hit P and then press enter. Select a square. Okay, there's nothing there. There you go. And then when numbers like that appear, make sure that you have somebody set to plant gather, and then they're going to go collect all of the hide roots, the prickleberries, the barley, quinoa. Most of this is brewable. I mean, you can run a whole fortress with nothing but foraging easily. It's not even like keep the fort going. It's like you can just you can feed an entire fort with nothing but foraging. You don't even need to farm. Farming is only necessary if you're entirely underground. And even then, if you have access to the caverns, you can still farm. Yeah, it's usually the problem is having too much food. Another thing is setting up your seed stockpile correctly. Make a food stockpile. Hit Q, select the food stockpile, select it. Hit F and remove everything from the food stockpile except for seeds. And hit U to remove prepared food. Then hold Shift and hit E and remove any barrels. Because then they won't be, if there are barrels in the food stockpile, long story short, they won't be able to access the seeds. They will, but they won't be able to access them in order, which means if you have too many different kinds of seeds, it's very possible they can't find the correct seed. Because think about it this way. If it's stored in a barrel, it's stacked vertically, and they can only take the thing that's out of the top of the barrel. So if say you have 200 seeds in a barrel, and they're all different kinds of seeds, they can only take the seed that's on the top of the barrel. But if they store them in bags, which is where they put seeds in a seed stockpile when there's no barrels permitted, then they can just take out any seed. No, they can't access the whole stack in a barrel. They can out of bags, but food can't be stored in bags. Only seeds can. So it's kind of a mess like that. But if you can access, if they're in bags, then they can access all of them, and then you won't have that problem. But that'll probably fix seed production issues. What's funny is, like, most of you probably know Krug Smash, right? And Krug Smash is one of the, like, most well-known people in the Dwarf Fortress community. I told him about the seed stockpile thing. He'd played the game for, like, a decade and didn't know about that. He was commenting, he's like, man, I can't find the seeds. They're all in the stockpile. I'm like, dude, like, do you have your stockpile set up right? He goes, what do you mean? I'm like, well, yeah, barrels are weird like that. To the point where I feel like there should be, like, a default setting for a seed stockpile. I mean, like I've said many times, Dwarf Fortress is just about learning about how to actually do the things you want to do, and once you know how to do those things, just the act of doing them is easy. It's just a matter of learning that. I wouldn't even call that dumbed down Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld is a different kind of game. Dumbed down Dwarf Fortress is more like, I mean, even this isn't dumbed down Dwarf Fortress, but dumbed down Dwarf Fortress would probably be No Moria, mostly. How so? Does almost nothing that RimWorld does almost everything differently than Dwarf Fortress. And also removes the two main mechanics that are the main things that Dwarf Fortress does that's interesting. The main mechanic is the world generation. If you don't have, like, history generation, you're a completely different game. You don't have an active living world that changes without your effect, you're not even in the same ballpark. RimWorld's similar inspirations, but it's like saying that, well, instead of playing Arma, I'm going to go play Doom because it's dumbed down Arma. It's like, well, Arma is a game with guns in it, but it's a very different game from Doom, which is another game that also has guns in it. It's like, sure, I guess you could make that comparison. They're both games with guns. But outside of that, they are very, very, very different products. There we go. My crutches have been completed. I want your picks. No, they're just different kinds of games. You're insulting both games by saying that. Calling RimWorld dumbed down Dwarf Fortress is just inaccurate, and calling Dwarf Fortress fancier RimWorld is rude to RimWorld, because RimWorld's a great game in its own right. It's just a very different game. So you're spreading two pieces of inaccurate information to people who maybe don't know any better. They're simple, predetermined traits that don't change over time as well, Stone. It's like Dwarf Fortress is a world simulation and story generator, and RimWorld is a tower defense base building management game. Very different games. Yeah, which means that the games are so completely different that there's almost no point in comparing them. RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are two games that come from similar ideas, but the execution is so different, there's no reason to compare the two. And what's your point, Grav? Or Grave, I guess? Are you just like intentionally trying to be aggravating? Because that's what it's coming across as. I really can't tell. Like everything that you say is so passive aggressive. Yeah, but it's not okay to call RimWorld dumbed down Dwarf Fortress. That's my whole point here. Exactly. I just wish that people would stop promoting RimWorld off of the back of Dwarf Fortress, and I wish people would stop comparing Dwarf Fortress to RimWorld. Because they're so completely different. Really isn't. Hearken to this. It is not. I have thousands of hours in RimWorld and thousands of hours in Dwarf Fort. They're extremely different games. Extremely different. Similarities begin and end with the fact that in one portion of Dwarf Fortress, you build a base. Like, you might as well compare The Sims to Dwarf Fortress, because there are several elements that they share. Everything else about the game is different. Hmm? But you're in my chat right now, Mr. Grave. And I'm asking you not to compare those two in my chat. Not sure what else you want me to say at this point. I've given up, Dragon. That's my take at this point. I don't even know why I still try and like have this discussion with people. It's just a waste of my time. So I'm just shocked that I'm up to 41 dwarves. Yes, it's been in a very long time. What did you kill, Jimmy? What is that? Porcupine? It's gonna be a tricky animal to carry back after hunting. So you'd like flip it over and grab it by the leg, I would guess. I got it. Can porcupines throw out quills in Dwarf Fortress? I believe I've ever actually seen a combat log with a porcupine. Oh my word, are we actually starting to get through all of the jobs that I'd queued up? That's impressive. But yeah, I don't know. I'm very much a genre stickler when it comes to specifics about things. And I've more or less come to terms with the fact that there are a lot of games that have sold themselves on what I consider to be straight up false advertising. I don't really like promoting that in my chat. It's always going to be something that bothers me a lot. Poor Dwarf. You got the shit kicked out of you. Cracks her knuckles when she's angry. Me too. At least you can lead a clothes making demonstration. But whatever. We should change the subject, chat. This is stale. Made it into late winter, though. It's almost 1 year down. Ow. Hard bread? Hard bread? I'm perplexed by that statement, but you do you. Crunchy bread? You mean like toast? Or do you mean like old bread? To me, like, hard bread is bread that's like about to go bad. Like that should be cooked. Crackers? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what you mean by hard bread. Like a breadstick? Literally hard bread. Hold up. I'm Googling whatever that thing is that you just put in my chat. Images. Crackers. Okay, crackers. Gotcha. Looks like crackers, dude. That's a cracker. That's a cracker. So either Google is very wrong, or we have different definitions of the word cracker. You tell me. I said cracker. What of it? Are you gonna be that person, Skinny Hun? We're talking about crackers. Like the foodstuffs? Large crouton? You think of crackers as smaller and sweeter? That would be like a cookie or a digestive at that point. Crisp bread? It's a fucking cracker. Well, Kex is a brand of cereal. Although maybe that's Chex. Am I thinking of Chex? I might be thinking of Chex. But or Kix? Is Kix a cereal? Kix is probably what I'm thinking of then. I don't know. I haven't had cereal in a very long time. I tend to just have oatmeal. You know what's hilarious about that, though, Skinny Hun? Is, I used to get called that all the time by people at my old job because I was, like, the only white kid that worked there. And I used to complain on stream that, it was a bad word that genuinely hurts people, and everybody denied it, and then fucking Hassan gets banned for 7 days, and now everybody realizes, oh no, it's a bad word! Cool. I knew that, like, a decade ago. Well, I mean, like, there are... I can't read this sentence with a straight face. Our hard bread is large, not at all sweet, crispy, and very, very young and yummy. I can't read that without a smile on my face. Savory, not sweet. You can buy large crackers that are very crispy, savory, and not sweet. I don't believe I've bought a cracker that's sweet ever. Vast majority of crackers I've had in the last ever, it's like since growing up and like not buying like crap, have been savory. But I don't know. Crunchy biscuits. I mean, you're a crunchy biscuit, Petey Cow. Can we just like start calling people crunchy biscuits as an insult? Because that just seems like a good time, frankly, for everybody involved. Ritz crackers? I hate Ritz so fucking much. That shit's disgusting. Graham crackers are like a brand name, though. I don't consider graham crackers like a cracker. It's more of a cookie or a digestive at that point. I mean, I know, Mr. Grave. I'm still trying, like, because I've looked at a lot of pictures of what Mind mentioned in chat, and I would describe every single thing that I saw in all of those pictures as crackers. Every single one of those things. But if it's hard bread, then I guess they must be right. Regions aside, doesn't matter what they're called. I'm just trying to figure out what Mind is referring to. And if what Mind would call a cracker, they'd call it hard bread, then fine, it's hard bread, clearly. Yeah, that's a cracker. That is a cracker. Like, for us, that would be called a cracker. My statement still stands. For us, it would be called a cracker. It's just like a chip is a French fry, and a French fry is a chip, and a crisp is a chip, depending on where you are. But if I were to buy one of those in the store, it would probably say cracker on it. Or it would be in the aisle for crackers. Same thing. Yes? Mind? I mean, I bought a thing that came in sheets about yay big that were like thin, savory, very seed-filled, super fiber-heavy crackers that had absolutely no sweetening on them. And I bought them because I broke it off into smaller chunks and then made like a cheese plate with it. Yeah, like they came in pieces like yay big. Larger than a mouse pad? I know how big A4 paper is. Also, I used to have a mouse pad the size of my desk, so saying that it's larger than a mouse pad is relevant to the size of the mouse pad. It could be a very large mouse pad. I mean, I haven't had A4 size paper in my house in decades because I haven't ever owned a printer, but... No, we're learning about different people's culture, Grave. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Are bigger than your hand? I mean, I don't know if you are a person who is very tall with very large hands, Dragoman, or 6 years old with very small hands. So again, that's relevant. This is why we clearly need a banana for scale. And in order to truly trust Mine's statement, Mine needs to take a picture of this hard bread with a banana next to it for scale. Otherwise, how are we ever going to know? I mean, that, or we could just go to bananaforscale.com and clearly figure out that, well, metric tons. Okay, so 3 tons is clearly 25,000 bananas. So how many tons of hard bread do you have? Doesn't that depend on the type of banana? No, it's just banana for scale. It's perfect measurement system. Don't question it. Shut up. Post picture later. I mean, you don't have to. I'm mostly just bullshitting at this point. I'm just searching for a topic. Besides, it is the first of spring and Thep has arrived. Has anybody died? Oh, nope, somebody did die. Who died? Ultimate has been found dead. Rest in peace, Ultimate. You were a good dwarf. He was one of our merchants. Lived a pretty good life and is already getting put in a tomb by Zetsuki. Also, holy shit, the frame rate just tripled. What happened? Don't know. Couldn't tell you. Weird. These flying bananas are distracting. I need to close bananaforscale.com. Off-map war ended? Probably. How's the world these days? Pretty much the same as it's been the last 100 years. But there's some stuff that's been happening down here that I can't actually see. Maybe lava crab population was purged. I mean, they were giving birth to triplets not long ago. I've been worried that I mean, they're not on the map right now. There are no lava crabs on the map currently. I once had a lava crab catch fire, which is funny because they're not combustible. They're not supposed to be able to catch fire, but I managed to have a mega crab that managed to catch fire, so it just went around smoldering for days, weeks, years at a time, and when I finally killed it, the frame rate skyrocketed. It was wonderful. Actually, heads up, Stone. We've got a tribute. Oh, that's an easy one. It's a very easy one. Also, year 376. Means the fort's 371 years old. That are roughly half the size of a Dole banana. That's wonderful. Thank you for the accurate picture in my mind of the size and scale of this edible piece of foodstuffs. Discovered that you have pickles but can't get the jar open. You know what I do when I can't get a jar open? I take a butter knife and I stab the top of it until it cracks open. And then a tiny little hole in the top of it appears. And then I can just open it. It's a metal lid on a glass jar. Yeah. Just fucking stab it, dude. I just need more dedication. Let's put the hobbyist group into training for a little bit. But yeah, something improved the frame rate pretty dramatically. It was just rolling over to spring, I suppose. Let's check stocks. We're going to have to go past the bars. Oh, wow, that actually went way faster than I thought it would. Well, blocks. 40,000 blocks. Take a little bit. Although we do have way less bars than we used to. We're down to only 6,500 bars. Previously, we were at like tens of thousands of bars. There was one point when we had like 10,000 lead in the fort. Wasn't exactly what I would describe as optimal. Where did the bars go? They were made into stuff and sold. Some of them were constructed. There we go. We're gonna dump body parts. This is gonna be a lot of work. All right, let's see how you do, Blue Space Weeb. Because if you don't do well, to boot you out almost immediately. Dwarf's been very angry as of late. It's not optimal at all. I'm not a fan. Wait on you. Wait on you for a little bit. We'll come back. Need more black bronze, more black bronze, more black bronze, more black bronze. My mayor wants 3 more crutches. Always more wood crutches. Frustrate. Talk to my friend. I am fond of this. I feel that. A peahen has... Oh, I wonder. I wonder if the frame rate increased because there's a dead peacock somewhere. Because suddenly I just got this peahen has been missing for a week, and I know that there's been some named peacocks around the fort. I wonder if that's what it is. Maybe there was a peacock stuck somewhere that finally died of old age. Because the past few years have been rough on the frames. I almost am willing to bet that that might have been it. Highly possible. Yeah, absolutely. Which is like there was a time, the one time that Longdeath's frame rate almost became unplayable. The culprit was a cat that was stuck right here. Right there, behind this door. Because this was set to no pet passable. And there was a cat just standing right there, just blinking question mark. I made the door pet passable, and they all just walked out. Okay, let's see how that dwarf's doing. Well, that's good. You're accepting seeing that dwarf die. On abstract thinking, and you don't seem to like the military. All right, well, let's put you... You are already a scholar, so go think abstractly, you silly dwarf. But where was the dead peahen? I don't know. The dwarves haven't found it yet. It's still just missing. I have no idea where it was. I can't actually open Instagram links because I don't have an Instagram account. Oh yeah, you have a public account. Yeah, I've seen crackers around that big. I would still call that would just be a big cracker. Like here we just call that a large cracker. But I don't know. When you eat that hard bread, do you break it up into multiple pieces? But yeah, no, I've bought stuff that's like almost the exact same texture as that. It's just not circular and usually square, like a square sheet instead of like a circular thing. But I do appreciate the accurate banana for scale. You eat them with butter on them? Yeah, you could do that. Are they crumbly or are they more soft? I know that it's hard, but like if you crack it, does it fall into little crumbs? Trying to get an idea of the texture of this thing. This is fascinating to me. I can't tell if you guys have noticed or not, but this is fascinating. Some crumbs fall off? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, very similar to those crackers that I bought last year then. Can crumble at the breaking point? Yeah, because like the ones, because like if I'm gonna buy something like that, I want it to be in smaller pieces. And the reason I don't want because like you can buy the really large ones, but the reason like I really like the smaller ones is they don't get crumbs everywhere. And I don't always want to bring a plate with me or like something to like drop crumbs on. And I have carpet, especially because I often end up eating in here. And I don't like to clean that crap out of my carpet. So it was one native silver block. Yes, it did get delivered. I popped it up on the screen for like 10 seconds and you didn't comment, so I figured you had it, but that. One native silver block. But it's very stiff. Otherwise, if you have a piece, you're not getting crumbs. Yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, there's been a couple of times where they've given us like a block of clay for tribute. So. You know what? Let's just not risk it. I could do that. I'm kind of tempted to, but this is just easier. Uh-oh. Ducky's tantruming. Ducky, 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 ducky. Where are you? Anybody even see that? Based on where this dwarf is, I doubt it. Oh, nope, somebody saw it. Good. Good, good, good. Question is what crime or what level of crime is that considered by the dwarves? That is the important question here. Probably nothing major. Mild crime? Do vampires ever report their own crime? I don't know. Never seen that happen. But they can sometimes admit to wrongdoing if you interrogate them with a talented interrogator. I don't know if that counts, but you've heard of them reporting their own crime? And, like, implicating themselves in the crime? Or, like, falsely reporting it? Might have been big yonks ago. Fair enough. But to ask, what determines how severe the punishment is? Good question. I wish I knew. All I know is that usually disobeying direct orders from the king gets a longer prison sentence than murder. Speaking of, what did Ducky get for breaking window? 29 days in prison. The equivalent of a murder sentence. Reporting a crime takes precedent over military station commands, which is really annoying when a vampire kills in front of the whole army during a siege, and they go to report it at that time. I mean, of course. Naturally, they have to go report the crime. This makes perfect sense. I don't understand why that could possibly be frustrating. Anyway, Aqua is going to go chain up Ducky. Hold on. So, Aqua is putting her older sister into prison right now. That's what's happening currently. We are watching Aqua, and she is putting her, older brother, Ducky, into prison. Imagine getting to do that job. All right, let's see how you like it. You were humiliated after being confined, but you feel pleasure near a completely sublime restraint. Unlikely that you'll do well. All right, let's buy a bunch of walnuts. Almonds, walnuts, pecans, seeds, pecans, plums, apricots. Don't need that bloody loincloth. That's a death sentence for a dwarf. And that. Perfect. Now, got a wren, a dingo, fluffy rambler, weasel, dingo, and a bull moose. Well, you guys can just have this then. Thank you, elves. Until next time. I mean, I did that intentionally just a couple minutes ago, but yeah, dwarves will definitely do that. I mean, Navy Vets dwarf more or less did that in the other fort that I have running. Just lock all the dwarves upstairs for a little bit. Let's give them all a break. Wasn't intentionally, just happened to be looking at the area that it happened. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, I had a very similar thing happen. A dwarf deconstructed something they were standing on 30 Z levels above a torrenting river and went splat and exploded. It was a good time. Not for the dwarf that exploded, but for me, it was a good time. Not everyone is born a genius. Was the river at least 20 Z levels down? So pretty similar to what happened to me on Thursday then. That's kind of funny. That is kind of funny. The waterfall connected to the river killed quite a few dwarves as well. Yeah, the waterfalls are dangerous. Out of curiosity, whose stream was this? I'm curious about which player was allowing that to happen. Depending on who it was, this will either make a lot of sense or to me. Is RNG? Oh, yep, that checks out. RNG has zero care for dwarven survivability. That checks out. You're still in that for good shit, naturally. I mean, it's just like my Crimson Police Fort is you're on Dragonman 11. Wow. Yeah, it's just like my current fort is like that's on a waterfall is very very high up, but also bad things can happen. Billionaire, thanks for the raid. Short stream today. I hope Whammer 3 was good. Whammer 3, more whammer than the other two. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Bellinaire and his friends of the Whammer? Bellinaire's been playing a Warhammer, the third one. Yeah, do you know what? He could shut himself out, frankly. They're feeling super tired, so you called it a little early. I get you. Take care of yourself, man. Yeah, I feel that. Certainly feel that. You started kind of early too. You were on before I was today. Been a while since that's happened. Whammer the Third sounds like a Dwarven king. I mean, they still. I maintain that they absolutely ruined the possibilities for the branding of Warhammer, because they could have just called it Total Warhammer, but instead they called it Total War Warhammer 40,000. They completely botched the best possible branding for a video game of all time with that. They still call it Total Warhammer. I call it Total Whammer because it just sounds better. But I mean, most people call it Total Warhammer. But that's the official title is Total War Warhammer 3. I'm still waiting for them to make Total War Warhammer 40,000 trademark 1. I don't know. Because that'll happen one day. Also, I was reading somewhere that if you buy miniatures at Games Workshop, they give you codes to download Total War Warhammer 1, which I think is kind of amazing. All right, let's get that lever pulled. Pull the lever, Krunk. Or Dwarf, or Urist, doesn't really matter, but pull it, please. Bonk. And pull it again. Boop. Hey. Okay, that was a close one. It's fine. Nobody got squished. Somebody almost got squished, but nobody actually got squished. Sweet. Dwarves are socializing. It's mid-spring, meaning I can turn the fountains back on. Which is up here. Should go whoosh in a sec. And no one noticed, and while we know Dragoman 10 died in the siege, we don't know what killed him. Yeah, that sounds just like Dwarf Fort. It's like, that person died? How? They died? By ceasing to breathe is generally how somebody dies. Dwarfs have been kind of killed in the neighborhood. I mean, I don't blame you. Billionaire. I don't blame you. But, Billionaire, how are you feeling about Warhammer 3? Is it just more Warhammer, or have they made any, like, significant changes to it? I'm assuming it's just more Warhammer. When I say significant changes, like, have there been any major, like, graphical upgrades or anything? I feel like that game is just... Because I just watch streams of it, and I feel like every time I see a new Total Warhammer, it just looks uglier. Although Warhammer or Total War games are not the prettiest to begin with, but they just look worse and worse and worse. That's the only way I can describe it. It's just every time I look at it, it's like, wow, this looks worse than the last time I looked at it. Jeez. And by worse, I mean uglier, not necessarily like a worse game, but... Is depressive and hilarious at the same time. Yeah, I believe that about the Warhammer universe. I just wish that Games Workshop was a better company. Waterfall, a floodgate needed to be placed, and the waterfall kept flinging dwarves off the Oh, okay, now I get you. What, did he build the platform underneath the waterfall? Because that would do it. Warhammer 3. You're not sure Warhammer 3 adds enough onto the last two? Adds enough onto the last two that it will matter much? Oh, just like content-wise? Gotcha. They seem kind of hostile towards their own customers. Yeah. I mean, it's almost wrong to call Total War Warhammer 3 Total War Warhammer 3. They really should call it Total War Warhammer Season 3. Because that's more what it is. It's just a full price expansion pack for the previous two games. Finally getting DLC? It's already had DLC, I know, because I paid for it. Aren't they? They're adding like 40 fucking tracks to that thing. Total War Warhammer. Again. Edition. Also high Oswix. Work your way up. Come on, man. Clean self. Also heading up. How's Ducky doing? Where are you at, Ducky? Terrible. Good to know. But yeah, I think it's kind of funny that people are referring to Mario Kart 8 finally getting new DLC, because I bought Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U, and it came with, I want to say, 16 tracks, and then there was 8 more that they added in 2 DLC packs, which were $12 a piece. And then the Switch version of that game came out, and it had all those tracks included. So it's like, yeah, it's getting DLC again. People are like, oh yeah, it's finally getting its first DLC. I was like, first DLC? What do you want about? You're just playing the remastered version of a Wii U game. That's on you. MK8D is still here. Mortal Kombat 8? What? Nobody's played Mortal Kombat 8 in a very long time, Audio. Quit being silly. Mario Kart All-Stars? Is that the phone Mario Kart? I mean, you stepped in that one, Audio. Soon enough, the Total Warhammer series and DLCs will cost as much as Train Simulator with its DLCs? Doubtful. I'm just like seriously doubtful. I mean, how much is the Warhammer Everything pack right now at full price? Man, I just realized that Total War Warhammer 2 is old enough that Total Biscuit left it a review. That's sad. Anyway, Train Simulator is a service for a very specific audience, which is why I don't mock it. Yeah, I mean, Warhammer 1 has like is a full price game. So it's Warhammer 1's like $150. Warhammer 2 is like $250, and Warhammer 3 is another 80. So, I mean, it's not that ridiculous. How much is Train Simulator 22? Not including Train Sim World. As I can't even open up all of the DLC. I have to hit the separate browse DLC option. There's too much DLC. It doesn't all fit on the Steam page. But I'm pretty sure it's like $1,000. But like, you're not supposed to buy all of the DLC for Train Simulator. That's the point. But there's also then Train Simulator World, which is a different thing. Because there's Train Simulator and then there's Train Simulator World. And Train Simulator World has $1,400 in DLC. Whereas normal Train Simulator has like 8 or 9,000. I'm just guessing. Thousands of dollars. There's 650 pieces of DLC for that, and most of them are about $20. So you can do the math on that. Yeah, so like what, $13,000 in DLC, give or take. Yes. Sideways, yes. No, absolutely. You're not supposed to get it all. It's literally just this is a very specific niche product, and no person is going to want to own all of these because there's too much of it. That is okay. Like, you're not supposed to buy it all. Luscious. You getting too much booze dumped on your forehead? I mean, there's somebody who frequents this stream who has tens of thousands of dollars in Train Sim DLC. He also has... Hold on, let me find out. Neil, how much time do you have in Train Sim at this point? Currently playing Train Simulator. Bigger. He has 4,600 hours in Train Simulator and 2,300 hours in Train Simulator World. So, like, if you play those games, you play those games. Absolutely, Hedgehog. It's like, if I were to play Train Simulator, there is a few routes and a few regions worth of areas that I would want, and they would be very specific. I think that the thing that people get confused by with Train Simulator is they assume that with every game, the entire audience is expected to own all of the DLC. Because in order to enjoy something like Paradox games, you kind of want most of the DLC. Train Simulator doesn't work that way. You don't need almost any of it to enjoy the game. Yeah, no, I understand that idea. Do what you gotta do. Cheers, man. Go have fun at the arcade, man. But the reason that Train Simulator DLC is so expensive is because it's not cheap to make that DLC. And not a lot of people are going to buy them. So in order for it to be worth their while, they actually do have to charge more money because, you know, companies got to stay in business. Rhythm games are excellent if you have access to good ones. The problem is having access to good ones. Like, you want to see an expensive game? You know what's a probably more expensive game to play actively than Train Simulator? This is more expensive than Train Simulator. First off, it's a subscription game. Then you have to buy cars individually through their client. Then you have to pay to join individual racing contests. So if you want to take part in races, you have to pay an entry fee. If you want to buy cars, you have to buy the individual cars. If you want to... yeah, DCS World is the same thing, too. That is a rhythm game. Pizzicato, yeah. That's one rhythm game. Really good rhythm game is Rocksmith. I almost say that Rocksmith is like an educational learning tool more than a game, but yeah, it is good. Also, did someone just commit a crime, or am I crazy? No, crazy. Just letting the dwarves socialize for a bit, because damn, they need it. I've got so many depressed dwarves post that because of a few events that have happened. It's just brutal. Yes, Red Octo. But the thing with iRacing is if you play iRacing, that's all that you do every weekend, right? You know, it's funny because Randy Pitchford of Gearbox fame once called Battleborn a hobby grade game. But what he doesn't realize is that they've never made a hobby grade game. Train Simulator is a hobby grade game. iRacing is a hobby grade game. Nothing Gearbox has ever released as a hobby grade game. They wish that they could release a hobby grade game. But the thing about hobby games like that is like they don't actually have that large of a player base. I mean, be careful. Don't search for it sideways. You'll find all sorts of adult content that people are drawing on DeviantArt. If anybody even remembers what I'm referencing, then you get a virtual cookie. I'm actually just curious about how many people are playing iRacing on Steam. Yeah, 180 people are playing iRacing on Steam right now. Now I'm curious, how many people are playing Train Simulator? Train Simulator is more popular. Train Simulator. Yeah, 2,000 people are playing Train Simulator right now. How about Train Sim World? Train Sim World. About 1,000. Okay. Smaller game, still. You're pretty sure that people who think putting NFTs in games was a good idea saw the payment system and thought, yes, must be the future of games. I genuinely believe that making everything into a marketplace is not a positive for the internet as a whole, and I do not think or agree that everything needs to be monetized. I don't think everything needs to have a store. I don't think everything needs to be a marketplace. I don't think everything needs to be resold. I think some things can just exist. And I think some things can and should be free. And there are, like, you guys don't need to give me money for everything, right? Like, you guys don't need to be able to sell my emotes. You guys don't need to be able to do a lot of things. And I think that turning it into that just ruins a lot of it. Actually, I am Monkey. I own a private business. This is my business. But I'm somebody who believes that sometimes it's better to have goodwill than just all of the money. Because I realize and believe that there is a thing called market cap and spending cap and the ability that people have to actually purchase stuff. You play DCS World and it has a small multiplayer community, but a surprising amount of single-player only gamers. I believe it. Mika, well, I believe it. Also, hi. How you been? Or, we can just do this, Graves, which is don't play games that implement NFTs. Don't support publishers that implement NFTs. And just play games that, obey your ethics. Vote with your wallet. It's just like if YouTube turns on NFTs, which they will, just give it another 3 months. I just won't use them. Hey, Cost Lord, how's stuff? I see you got caught in that sub bomb. Yeah, that would be Navy. Seems there's a silent majority that gets excited by NFTs. So you're familiar with the concept of the 1%, right? The 1% of people that are filthy rich and control the world. The minority that is a fan of NFTs is about the 3%. They're the portion of the world that got very rich off of cryptocurrency. As somebody who made some money on cryptocurrency but didn't even get remotely rich off of it, There's quite a few of those people. And there are people that want to inflate that wealth but don't want to pay taxes on it. So you have two options. You can cash it out in cash, or you can put it into other things. And those people that want to support NFTs being in everything are people that have more money than brains and want to spend it without paying taxes. It's not a silent majority. It's a silent minority that gets very loud and has a lot of money to throw at things when it's available. And then they throw that money the second it becomes available because they don't have to pay taxes on it. And it's a thing that they can get real world wealth. It's just like there's a guy in Vancouver, my city, right now trying to buy a house for a Bored Ape. He's trying to trade a PNG of a randomly generated monkey or a house. Good luck. That's literally all it is it's people who really don't want to pay taxes. That's all it is. He hasn't yet, and he's been trying for a couple months, so. Last I checked, anyway. I don't know. I haven't looked at local BS in a while. Birdie spun? Ah, Great Horned Owl did. I hope he doesn't, because that sets a precedent. So the vast majority of people who are heavily into crypto, who have a shit ton of money in crypto, don't really play games. And they want stuff to spend their crypto on. I mean, you're not correct because there isn't a... You know what, chat? Show of hands. Do the majority of you here own and hold NFTs and look to purchase them? We can prove here right now that there isn't a majority. Granted, this is an echo chamber. Because I know for a fact there's at least one person in here who plays NFT games. I know who you are. You have liquidated all of your crypto? I still have like $200 in Cardano sitting around in a wallet, and like $100 in Bitcoin sitting in a wallet that I've owned for like 5 years. But it's more just because I like watching the market more than anything. 200 euros in various coins? Yeah, I have about 600 Canadian in various coins. I think I still have some Sheeb. I should probably get rid of that. To the person who sent me Sheeb, by the way, fuck you. That's all I have to say to that. Where do you send Sheeb? I'm not going to say anything. But if you want to send me crypto, there is a link where you can down beneath the stream. If you wanna. That's your call. I do accept tips in crypto, though. But I have absolutely no desire to have NFTs and make video games for the same reason I don't like playing games that have microtransactions in them. But, you know, we're all going to die in 30 years anyways, so do what you want with your time and money. Most of your crypto profit came from Sheep? Really? Most of mine came from getting into Bitcoin early. You know, I just really want something to wipe out the majority of our economy so that people will grow a fucking brain. Dragon. You bought it quite a bit of it about a year ago? Being rather safe on when selling? Yeah. I mean, see, here's the thing, right? It's new technology. New technology is always used for money laundering. You know what else people use for money laundering? Clash of Clans. Well, actually, specifically Clash Royale for a while there was used for money laundering because what people would do is they would steal a credit card, then they would buy an iPhone with that credit card, and then they would install Clash Royale, and then they would max out the credit card in Clash Royale and then sell the phone. Like, if it exists, people will use it to launder money. I think that NFTs being used to launder money is the least of their concerns, but I also already just explained to you how it kind of is money laundering. It's people with way too much money who don't want to pay taxes. They're just trying to wash their money any way they can, and if that's trading it for a JPEG and then trading that JPEG for cash, they'll fucking do it. Because people are just trying to get around paying taxes. Which, as a disabled person, who if he lives somewhere without socialized healthcare, I would just be a burden on society. Instead, I get to have a job. It depends on the NFT, dude. But that's like saying based on the price of art, I would rather buy a house. It's like, yeah, there's art pieces that cost, you know, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, but there's also art pieces that cost $50, like the ones my aunt paints. So, it depends on the NFT. There's just as many worthless NFTs as there is super valuable NFTs, which is also, you know, why they're kind of easy to poke holes in, because they only have as much value as the hype dictates. They only have as much value as the marketing surrounding them pulls off. That's it. It's the only thing that actually attributes value to them is marketing. It's got absolutely nothing to do with rarity, value, or value of art. Also, calling those apes art or CryptoPunks art or, I don't know, fucking any of those randomly generated profile pictures art is kind of insulting to artists, in my opinion. But, Lord, they look... I mean, some of them look kind of cool, but, like, a lot of them are just kind of upsetting. Oh yeah, I mean, there's of course, you know, wallet trading where you just like buy and sell your own NFT from yourself and inflate the value of it over time. Nobody can prove it was all you, but they know that somebody was trading it back and forth for increasingly larger amounts of money. But unfortunately, they're not going anywhere, and they're not going anywhere because the corporations have decided they're not going anywhere. They could have at least made the expensive NFTs look nicer. The thing is, nobody knows how expensive they're going to be until they become expensive. They just make NFTs. Right? Like, that's all they really care about is just making NFTs. I mean, you guys heard about that Minecraft server, right? Never mind, there's a new one that I haven't heard of yet. All right. That wasn't the one that I was thinking of. I was thinking of a different one, but I just found a new one. Anyway, it's this one. This was a unofficial Minecraft NFT game, Blockverse, that generated you an avatar in Minecraft, and then you could play on their server. The problem was they sold 10,000 character profiles and only had one server, and so of course the server fucking fell over when everybody tried to join it, and it lasted like 24 hours, and they shut the server offline, and then the creators vanished. And then using some trickery, people were able to track them down and be like, "Oi, what the fuck? Why did you just run off with all this money?" And they were like, "No, we're planning on coming back, we swear." This dwarf is telling the story about how Massive became the king in the year, like, just over a decade ago. Hell yeah. The funny thing to me is just, like, have you never run a Minecraft server before? Like, for 10,000 people, you would need, like, one server per 30 people. Not the first pump and dump you've heard of. We did not steal your money. You bought a legitimate product from us. We swears. You know, it's hilarious because people are just like, money needs no regulation. This is why money needs regulation, lads. People are assholes. Well, this shit seems pretty unregulated. Especially the regulators. This is how society works. But, I don't know. Also, hi, Sideways. What's up? Good to see you. Ducky's throwing yet another tantrum. You don't get why something that regulation is such a bad thing. Why some think that regulation is such a bad thing and then unshackled stuff always goes badly after a while? It's complicated like anything. Regulators not being regulated kind of had a crash in the market crash of 2008, if I recall. Oh, absolutely. Big Short. It's a good film. You should watch it. I recommend it. I showed that movie to my mom and she loved it. Okay, Ducky punched the chief medical dwarf. We have at least one witness. Looks like Ducky getting a beating. That's a lot of blood. Return kill. Shouts to the dwarf that just cleaned up some of the blood and then walked away. Does a great job of explaining what happened to people who aren't... yeah, no, absolutely. And it's also an entertaining movie while it's at it. Speaking of good movies, I recommend everybody watch Folding Ideas video on NFTs. And the reason I recommend everybody watch it isn't because it's like the best video ever or anything, but it perfectly explains my take on NFTs from 2017 when I first heard about them. It's like, these are easily manipulated, pointless, and a bad idea, and not very useful. Cool. You know there's other countries in the world aside from the States, right? Right? I mean, the reason we're in the middle of a financial crash is because of people, like, refusing to admit that a pandemic exists. And also, people started, walking towards another housing market crash in about 2014, 15 was when those seeds got sown again. We're also heading towards another tech bubble. There's going to be several crashes in the next few years. It's not a lending crisis like 2008. More corporations buying up houses and renting them again, so regulation is failing us. I'm just gonna say this. You know, the world's not gonna end in the next 30 years, but the next 30 years are going to be real fucking tough. Take care of yourself. Have fun. Can't see germs, so they're not real. Yeah, I learned about that one in school. I mean, you want to know what worries me the most about the next 10 years, Oswix? Is, have you ever heard of moon wobble? That's what worries me. You want the oceans to just, like, naturally go up by a couple meters? Because that happens every 30 years. You know what's about to happen in the next 5 to 6 years? The oceans are going to go up by a couple meters. You know who's going to be underwater? You! That's who's going to be underwater. And we're not even at the worst of it yet. Which is like, wait, man, that's what's worrying me. Like, fuck this stupid economy bullshit. Fuck this stupid pandemic. We're all gonna be underwater. That's why the next, like, decade is gonna be tough. You're far from where you should be in water defense. And you're light years ahead of most countries. Yeah. I know it's not totally, like, accurate, but there's a lot of scenes in The Expanse of how high the ocean levels are that are like, whoa. Oh, hey, English made friends with Axon. Well, that's lovely. Not sure what time of year it is. I think we're jumping into summer? I think. Haven't traded with the humans yet. We did just trade with the elves, so I guess it would be summer. So what you're saying is it's the Dutch's fault that the ocean levels are rising because they're calling the sea their home? They've just been calling too hard. They should call quieter, please. They're too effective. Calm down. We're all going to drown, damn it. Well, they're not going to be underwater. They're going to be above water, but a lot of people are going to be homeless, yes. So what I'm saying is if you're going to, like, get flooding insurance, you should do it now. Please understand I'm trying to be humorous. Yeah, it's time to buy a boat, actually. Is what we really should be doing. We shouldn't be buying housing. We should be buying boats. Buy a fucking canoe. You'll thank me later. Buy a tent and a canoe. Oh, yeah, no. Like, see, here's the thing, right? Whenever people talk about global crises, I feel like people often end up talking about where they live, right? Which for this stream is like a lot of Europe and a lot of the USA and some Canada, right? Water levels rising affects everybody. Like, not just the specific areas that we're from. Which is why, like, I triple blink when people are just like, oh, this is like problem for America or a problem for this thing. It's fucking who cares? It's a problem for everybody. Like there is no point where this just becomes like a, oh, this is just a this thing problem. No, this is an everybody, everywhere, all the time problem. But I don't know. Houseboats are the true waterfront housing? Sure. You know, I'll say this, Graves. Does it actually help? No. Does it make you feel better about your day? I certainly fucking hope so. Recycle, get a reusable bag, do this fucking straws bullshit. Is it actually going to change anything? No. Really, it won't. You could have 0 carbon footprint. I have a much lower carbon footprint than most people. I buy a lot of used electronics and repair them and give them to friends. I barely ever order shit online unless it's records specifically and all that cardboard gets reused or recycled. I don't own a car, so I have like already significantly lower carbon emissions than your average person. I don't travel a lot, and the few hobbies that I do have are very green hobbies. And I also own I have a garden. I grow a lot of my own vegetables and food, and I'm getting a bigger garden. All of my light bulbs are LEDs, but it doesn't fucking matter. Fucking Aquaman. You know what makes me feel better? Telling other people that they should do the same. Although, asking me if it makes me feel better, the only thing I feel in my day is pain from nerve damage. Nothing makes me feel good except for weed. So asking me if recycling makes me feel better, nothing has made me feel good in a very long time. Being a good person makes me feel. And people asking if being a decent person makes me feel better makes me want to shoot them in a rocket into the sun. Because you don't care what makes me feel good. It doesn't matter to you what makes me feel good. It doesn't. Rents a room in a small refurbished ship. As somebody who stayed in a houseboat Airbnb once, I don't think I could live in those because I got super fucking nauseous. Like, it was literally like a floating houseboat, and I wanted to puke. I did that on one of my trips to the island, and can't do that. It's a real good way to just, like, be sick all the time. In the grand scheme of things, Oswix, the individual person cannot have an impact on making the planet greener. But if everybody tries a little bit, it'll sure fucking help. You had spine surgery last year? Mm-hmm. And also recycle that fucking cardboard box. Jesus Christ. Or you get the seat with a porcupine on it. I don't know why we're firing a porcupine into space, but... What do you want, King? Go buy. Iron pick. 3. Yeah, it's none of our business to ask the porcupine, right? He paid the bill. It's fine. Don't you question what the porcupine does with his free time? Jeez. No porcupines could climb trees until you sell them at the zoo. Everybody's gangsta until a porcupine falls on your head. Hmm. Did you know that they can shoot their quills? Up to 10 meters. Holy shit! They actually sent a royal treasurer to talk with me. It's been ages. God damn. Idla Threndel. Is this a new one? I think this is a new royal treasurer. Interesting. Ooh. Do you want me to screenshot it, Stone? Yeah. I guess that explains. Sing matched. Idla sing matched. Last name translates to sing matched. All right, well, it's time to get trading going. I will be back in a sec. Gotta go use the restroom. Also, almost knocked my coffee over. That would have been bad. Anyway, back in a sec. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. You got a new freelance thing? Fuck yeah, dude. Oops, I hit that button too quickly. Welp, my bad. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Angels sing matched. Are they matched by singing? I for a little while, not a zoo, but for a while, I volunteered at the herpetology refuge that we have here, which is basically just like, yo, do you want to take care of like bearded dragons and shit? Little salamanders and small lizards. Good times. All those little bros. People who buy iguanas for some fucking reason and then just like don't realize that iguanas are fucking assholes and nobody should own them as a pet. That's all I have to say about iguanas. Fuck iguanas. Stupid animals. I'm tempted to ask the dumb question, which is, what part of the world do they have raptors still? I thought those were all extinct, and then I remembered it's like, all right, raptors are like birds, aren't they? Split second there, I had clever girl jokes in my head, and then was like, wait, hold on. Yeah, birds. I was like, raptors. Because here it would be like a birds of prey sanctuary or like a falcons. I don't think we have like a general raptors one. So what's the new freelance thing, Fluffy? If I can ask. Speaking of freelance stuff, Aqua, you and me need to talk about website stuff at some point. Curious if you've managed to make anything work. Ponder prognosis. That's not very helpful. I need you to go trade, you dimwit. Speaking of people who are definitely not pondering prognosis and also not a nitwit, Sathados, thanks for the 15th month. Welcome back. Cheers, dude. God damn, it's been a long time. Round of beers and yada yada. Thank you much for keeping that sub alive. Longdeath on a Saturday? Sir, it's Sunday. Hold up. Yes, it's definitely Sunday, not Saturday. It's absolutely Sunday. Unless, like, I am in a different dimension than you, pretty sure it's Sunday. Don't worry, I've done that before, though. Like, I turn my stream on, I'll be like, happy Saturday, everyone! And chat will be like, blind, it's Sunday. And I'll be like, oh, right. Fuck. It's Super Bowl Sunday, Superb Owl Day? There's a lot of Superb Owls on Reddit right now, I'll tell you that. I mean, I say good morning whenever I tune into people on streams. Because for me, there's online good morning, and then there's morning. Morning is like what the clock where you are at says it is. And then internet morning is just when you tuned in. So it's like if you log into a Discord server, the time that you log in is morning for you. When you leave, it's good night. Super Bowl, yeah. Do you, hold on. Do you not know what the Super Bowl is? I'm probably going to watch a replay of the Puppy Bowl because that's much more interesting. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, Superb Owl. It's great. See, it's the most superb owl. Like, look at this beautiful superb owl. Look at this other superb owls. Mm-hmm. Perfect. Speaking of a superb owl, this is a very superb owl. You know, this owl seems pretty sus. That or he just got woken up. One of the two. But this owl looks real sus about something. I actually... Okay, this owl might be my favorite owl I've seen today. Considering today is the superb owl day. This is... That's me in the morning. Cold and disgruntled. Mad, cold, and disgruntled. And get out of my house! Relatively unrelated, but I really like owls. You want to remove your sinuses? Yeah, I understand that. You occasionally watch football, so you'll check it out. Your 7-year-old daughter loves it, though, for some reason. Really? As long as she hasn't pre-ordered Madden. Just gonna try and get rid of all these crafts for a bit. You got yesterday isn't showing signs of cold damage yet, which is great. Did you leave it outside yesterday for a bit or something? Why would it be showing signs of cold damage? Unless you're refrigerating your plant, which is not good for it. What was that? Curious about what that particular thought was. Interesting. I enjoyed that. Oh. Ducky was released from confinement. Such a relief. Well, at least you're happy that you got released from confinement, and that's a good reoccurring memory, but... I'm worried about that dwarf. They're very easily cold shocked, allegedly. Some people find walking them from the store to the car can be enough to cause cold damage. Really? Because cold shock is often caused by wind, right? Or, like, moving air. So if I were to buy a plant in... Because I bought almost all of my house plants during the summer. So I didn't need to worry about that because I have to walk them home from the nursery. And it's like a 6-kilometer walk. But I would have brought, like, a reusable bag and put it in there. Are they just carrying a lot of things? They're just carrying a lot of things. Trading is always the lowest frame rate of the season. A plant that lives in the house. Yeah, a plant that is kept inside. I mean, cacti are a type of succulent, which could be a houseplant, yeah. If you have it in a pot and keep it in your house. Always keep your dwarves in tiny boost-filled boxes for optimal performance. Yeah. Someone should buy Dwarf.tips and make Dwarf Fortress-related tips. Yeah, I mean, a cacti could be a houseplant. I mean, I absolutely am with you right there and could totally jump onto that route with you, but I'm not going to. Speaking of space pirates, a space pirate has been taken by a Feymood. Where are you? You want a pile of... Oh, I see. Because that dwarf died hauling all those pieces. Are you really going? Oh, I see. You're going for the craft store shop. You're just going for it in an odd location. Yeah, well, I mean, you are 1 year old. Old enough to make an artifact. Almost always happens right away. Yeah, totally. But, like, for the same reason the Dwarf Fortress bugs Twitter is funny. You can tell a plant is an outdoor plant by how it keeps trying to break out of the house and eat you. I would argue that all of my plants are constantly trying to break out of the house because they're constantly reaching for the window. They just are very slow about it. I mean, for reference. This is one of my houseplants. That's a houseplant. That answer that question? It's a plant that lives in my house. This is also a houseplant. Yeah. It's very pointy. Don't fall on it. This is also a houseplant. It is a really sad fern that my mom gave me. I don't have enough light for it. It's not dead yet. Getting there. It's fine in the summer, but in the winter it gets kind of stubby. It's not dead yet, it's just a flesh wound. This is another one of my many houseplants. It lives on my speaker. I got this pot from the dumpster beneath my building. True story. It was in the dumpster, and I was like, that is a brand new unused houseplant pot. I should take that. Alright, that one's heavy. That is approximately 1/3 of my houseplants. Surprising how much... I mean, most of... The vast majority of the plateware in my kitchen is from the dumpster. Did someone commit a crime? Nope. Okay. Almost every peace lily I've ever seen is just automatically referred to as she, which I'm okay with. Peace lilies are a she. My snake plant is definitely a he, though. If it wants to stab me, it's probably a he. It has pretty white flower, it's probably a she. At least that's how I reference my plants. You've gotten many things as rescues from the trash. My garlic container is a rescue from the trash. The best part about the garlic container was it still had a price tag on it. The price tag said $30. So either somebody got somebody a gift that immediately got thrown out, or somebody bought something and never used it and then regretted it and threw it out. Regardless, I got this nice ceramic bowl for free. So, I don't mind. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, Grave. You don't know how people bin gifts? You feel so bad when someone gives you something I don't like? I just don't accept gifts. That's generally how I go about doing things. It's just like, the vast majority of shit people give me I don't need. So I ask people to not give me things. Cash is the best gift? No, the best gift is grocery money, actually, which is just gift cards to my local grocery store. And the reason it's the best gift is because if I buy $25 worth of groceries at a time, I get a free coffee and a free muffin. So it's actually like, for example, for Christmas, my parents gave me a $100 gift card to my grocery store, which was actually a $100 gift card to my grocery store, plus 4 free coffees and 4 free muffins. That's a gift. Come on. They also bought me snowshoes, but that's a different point. The problem is, Grave, is most adults who have interests already own the majority of things that they want. A nice candle once. You gave Blind a nice candle once. He threw it on the ground. Now, are you just referencing the Lonely Island song? Because in that case, I threw it on the ground! But also, what? Also, I like candles. I have a bunch of candles in my house right now. I bought them from the beeswax store. Last time I was close to there. If they are the soft fuzzy kind. I own too many pairs of socks. Yeah, but I don't like owning a lot of things. Right? So you give me stuff that I don't need. I will probably regift it or get rid of it. Give it away. Sell it. Or all of the above. And stuff that I need, I already own. because I'm an adult, so I just buy it. Well, I mean, obviously, because he threw it on the ground. That damn child, you walk slowly. Also, I don't think you're doing this intentionally, Mr. Graves, but that smiley face is hated on Twitch. Nobody likes it because it is the most passive-aggressive, I'm a stare into your soul smiley face you could possibly have. Somebody die? Oh, Lumpy was found dead. Did somebody kill Lumpy? Yep, Lumpy was murdered. And I don't think anybody got caught for that. Ducky killed Lumpy. Ducky. And Bastet, apparently. Ducky. You know what? You were good, Ducky. You can leave now. Werebeasts? I don't think there are very many of those in this world, but werebeasts aren't a concern. If a werebeast were... Every time a werebeast has shown up at this fort, they haven't even gotten into the fort. I mean, I'm insensitive as all heck, and that's fine. That is wonderful, Pathatos. My 90-year-old grandmother gives me you either $50 or $100, depending. Sometimes it's 50, sometimes it's 100. So I never know what I'm gonna get. It's always a surprise. But yeah, there's almost no combat threats in Longdeath anymore. I mean, I'm pretty sure we have the local Etten Giant Minotaur and, you know, whatnot collection already in the basement. You know, we've got Cyclops Giant, Minotaur Giant, Cyclops Minotaur Giant, Forgotten Beast, obviously, Etten Vampire, who lives in the walls, it's fine, Giant, another Forgotten Beast, Minotaur, Giant, Etten, and an Etten. I try that instead. I mean, I usually just say do this. Just because that one is fine. On all of the smileys. But the default, like, colon bracket is just like... It's not the fault of the people typing in the smiley face. It's the fault of Twitch for making a really bad smiley face. Even if you had the population for invasions, they would be turned to soup by my military? Oh, absolutely. Or I probably wouldn't even be fighting them. Can you even do that? Yeah, but you have to put a space in between them. I actually do that intentionally now. It's just like, especially on like Discord and shit. Because I love to do like this, but I hate the way most emotes who have the tongue hanging out look. Yeah, see, Dragoman's got it. It's generally just Twitch's fault. Also, frame rate's fine again now that the humans have left. Just got a little slow when they were here. There was an extra 200 bodies in the basement. I mean, extra few hundred people in the basement. And child is bringing cloth now. Yep, you're still moving. You just picked like the most out-of-the-way crafts dwarf shop in the fortress, so it's taking you forever. I don't have follower emotes on my channel yet. I couldn't upload them even if I wanted to. I haven't turned that feature on for my channel yet, which is whack. You'll make the thing. Unless I stop paying attention, they'll make the thing. Once my grandmother gifted a box of fish, you didn't really enjoy that one. A box of fish? Huh. Wait, what kind? Like live fish? Dead fish? Auto dump or clean all yet? You know that auto dump and clean all are both DF hack commands, right? I mean, I could dump all, but so much perfectly useful rock that I'm wasting. There is so much. Huh. Interesting. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. You know, to me, like, in my mind, I'm imagining something like Butcher Box, which is just like, oh, it's a bunch of steaks in a box. And it's like, if I was given just, like, a box of, like, fresh, edible fish, like, that sounds great. But, like, also, I could see why that could be a problem. My poor bot can't keep up with all of these tickets demands. You could go for one large tomahawk steak right now, rare as possible. Well, if I ever get a Butcher Box sponsorship, I'll help with that. But I doubt that'll happen because they're not available in Canada. Well, you do realize that the majority of offense on Reddit is, like, just ironic, right? Like, if you go on grilled cheese... Let me find this. Yeah, but that would be cheating. You people make me sick. A grilled cheese consists of the three of these following items. Cheese, bread with spread, usually butter, and this entire subreddit consists of melts. Almost every grilled cheese sandwich I see on here has either items added to it, has other items added to it. The fact that this subreddit is called grilled cheese is nothing short of utter blasphemy. Let me start out by saying I have nothing against melts. I hate their association with sandwiches that are not grilled cheeses. Let's check in with this dwarf. Okay. Still hauling very heavy piece of metal. Okay. Adding cheese to your tuna sandwich? It's a tuna melt. Totally different. I want to add bacon and some pretentious breadcrumbs with spinach. I don't know what the hell you'd call that, but it's not a grilled cheese. I want more than willing to wager. I'm more than willing to wager I've eaten more grilled cheese in my 21 years than any of you have in your entire lives. I have one almost every day, and sometimes more than just one sandwich. I want to personalize your grilled cheese? Use a mix of different cheeses, or use sourdough or French bread, or if you want to add some pulled pork, take a picture of it and make your own subreddit called Melts! Because it's not a fucking grilled cheese. I'm not a religious man, nor am I anything close to a culinary expert, but as a bland, white, Midwestern male, I am honestly the most passionate person when it comes to grilled cheese and mac and cheese. All of you foodies, stay the hell away from our grilled cheese and stop associating your sandwich melts with them. Yet again, it is utter blasphemy, and it rocks me to my core. It rocks me to the core of my pale being. Shit, I've stopped lurking after 3 years and made this account for the sole purpose of posting this. I've seen post after post of people's grilled cheeses all over Reddit, and it's been driving me insane. The moment I saw this subreddit this morning, I finally snapped. Hell, I may even start my own subreddit now, just because I know this one exists. You goddamn heretics, respect the grilled cheese and stop changing it into whatever you like, and love it for what it is. Or make your damn melt sandwich and call it for what it is. A melt. Thought grilled cheese was bread, cheese, and a blowtorch. I mean, you do you, man. You do you, man. That was very wrong of you, Dragon Man. A sliced lunch meat ham? No, that's a melt. It's a ham and cheese melt, please. But yeah, no, I mean, the vast majority of outrage you see on Reddit is just people being either ironic or people that are too dense to realize that they're mad. But go anywhere on the internet, you'll see people arguing about nonsensical bullshit for the sake of arguing, because people love arguing. Just like you'll hear me argue to the end of hell and back about the genres for very specific games. All right. Child has begun a mysterious construction. I was too busy paying attention to grilled cheeses. I put my grilled cheeses on top of the Chernobyl dome. What? Yeah, I'm sorry, you do what? I actually want... I wonder... Now I'm wondering if that would even work. Doubtful. /r prosecution fetish? What, people just getting mad for no reason? So you joined the Reddit for the people behind the game and were controversial to say the least? I know very little about CDDA, but I do know that that community likes to fight a lot, so I can believe it. I would say the Dwarf Fortress subreddit is generally pretty happy-go-lucky. Very rare that the Dwarf Fortress subreddit gets mad at people. I think the only thing that really makes people mad is if you start, like, you know, simulating real-world crimes with elves. Space Pirate, the Dwarven Child, has created Kekimigdur. Kekimigdur? A Hore Marmot Bone Wet Rack. Well, that's cool. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Kick Roast, Oil Udders. Please tell me that your mom's last name translates to Oil Udders. That is way too funny. I never noticed that. Anyway, let's read about... it's worth 22,800 Zathal. This is a Hore Marmot Bone weapon rack called A Splattered Memory. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval granite cabochons and studded with silver. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cave spider silk and menaces with spikes of Horay marmot leather and green glass. On the item is an image of Kade Machine Hollow, the dwarf and dwarves in Horay marmot bone. Kade Machine Hollow is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Kade to the position of king of the ignited creation in the midsummer of 196. On the item is an image of Iteb Veiled Whip, the dwarf in granite. On the item is an image of a muscle in plumwood. The lady that has all of the lovers, her last name is Oil Utters. I don't know if I should be disturbed by this or not. You're a splattered memory of Oil Utters. Whenever you've posted fortresses, everyone's so nice. Yeah. I have a feeling that'll change, though, once it gets bigger. The only time that I really see people disagreeing on the subreddit is when there's people referencing Seth and asking people why their links to the Seth review get deleted. And it's like, well, because it breaks like every other rule of the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, so that's why it gets deleted. Oh, it's all good. With that smiley, it's mostly just a matter of don't overuse it. Like, if you use it occasionally, it's fine. But if it's just like multiple times a line or every line, eventually you'll just get like randomly banned and you won't know why. Bring in more crafts up. We're into late summer. Actually, a good amount of time has passed. The frame rate's got a lot better. I don't know what happened. It was like this past spring in the map, just like the frame rate just improved by like 10. I have no idea what happened. Something must have been happening elsewhere that ended. I'll just be full of aggressive, problem solved. / ban pink fluffy llama. And they called you a noob? Calling you a noob is one of the funniest, most ironic things. Like that's like calling fucking Cat-tastic a noob. It's like, all right, what? And so was I, Pink. So was I. Always going full aggro when you meaning to be, I don't know. We're all noobs in one way or another. I don't know why everybody's so upset about being called Ed Boon. You know, fun fact, the term noob largely was coined by one Ed Boon. Because for a while there, Ed Boon's website was, I think he still owns it, was noob.com, N-O-O-B. Who the crap is Ed Boon? Oh, you know. Was Ed Boon's website was Ed Boon's last name spelled backwards, N-O-O-B, and it was the last person he beat in Mortal Kombat. He would just put their face on it. So noob.com was just a picture of the last person Ed Boon beat in Mortal Kombat. Ed Boon is a video game programmer and voice actor and director who is most well known for the creation of little indie game franchise called Mortal Kombat. And he put himself in the game as Noob Saibot. The character Noob Saibot is Ed Boon. Voiced by Ed Boon. And he owns noob.com. Or probably still does. Yeah, I think... no, it doesn't go anywhere now. Hold on. Domain quick search. That's not the link I wanted. Instant domain search. Noob. Who owns noob.com currently? Yeah, it's still owned by Ed Boon. He's just not hosting anything on it. So, I mean, everybody knows fatality and, you know, all that shit. Just like everybody knows the music. I actually, true story, almost bought a copy of Mortal Kombat 2's soundtrack on vinyl yesterday. Almost. I did. I almost did. It was too expensive. And Sathados, thank you very much for chucking a sub at Cold Blue Mist. Big thanks. Cheers, dude. For anybody who doesn't know, Sathados actually made a pretty legendary fort, Dwarf fort, called Archcrystal. You want to practice some martial art? Okay, let's give you a chance. You're a really slow dwarf. Are you just wearing a ton of stuff? I think I might have figured out why Pilot is so slow. I haven't repeated. Yeah, okay, now it just repeated. Let's see. Pilot is wearing a cap, a crown, a crown, a crown, a bracelet, an amulet, a bracelet, a crown, a crown, a crown. An earring, amulet, amulet, earring, amulet, 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 bracelet, earring, ring, crown, earring, crown, ring, earring, ring, earring, crown, 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 bracelet, 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 amulet, ring, ring, amulet, amulet, crown, crown, leather earring, a ring, a bunch of stitches, an amulet, a ring. Do you have any clothes on? Yeah, more stitches, amulet, amulet, crown, bracelet, amulet, crown, bracelet, scepter. You're carrying 2 scepters. An earring, a cowbone crown, a granite amulet, a ring, a crown, a ring, an amulet, a bracelet, another bracelet, another amulet, another scepter, another amulet, 2 more scepters, a bracelet, an amulet, a crown, a crown, an earring, a crown, an earring, a scepter, then a glove, an earring, a scepter, more stitches, a shirt, a vest, trousers, a mitten, 2 socks, 2 shoes, and a glove, and a mitten, and a cloak, and a leather hood. I think you should ask Pilot that. Dwarf and Mr. T? Exactly. Exactly. And cheers, Satharos. No need for clothes. I bet you can hear that this dwarf coming from a very long way away. Just clink, 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 clink. What? Tributes? Oh, shit. Apparently we're into fall, Stone. Heads up. We've got tributes. I totally missed the transfer over to fall. I was too busy reading that dwarf's swag. Got. Let me know when you need me to scroll. Also, how you doing, Chups? It's good to see ya. scroll. Bit more normal. Didn't seem that bad though. And all right, you got it? Okay. Translating the written stuff of the short film and rendering the background. Oh, nice. Nice. How long till release? Didn't feel anything after eating a pretty decent meal. Rude. But yeah, in regards to Dwarf Fortress's community having gatekeepers, in my experience, as far as games that I have played, aside from being a little bit weird about spoilers, Dwarf Fortress is probably one of the most welcoming communities I've seen for a game. I'm a little bit worried about the the premium editions changing that, but I have a feeling that there will largely be pockets of the community as it currently is, and I think that'll stick around. I think that a lot of the wider community that could become unpleasant is probably going to be not that noticeable. But even if Dwarf Fortress gets unpleasant, it'll end up being unpleasant in the same way RimWorld is unpleasant, which in comparison to, like, let's just say Call of Duty, probably will be a lot more pleasant still. Like, even when RimWorld's community gets unpleasant, or when like Caves of Cud's community gets unpleasant, it's generally tolerable and to a minimum. And I'm pretty certain Dwarf Fortress will stay that way, but it's hard to say. Yeah, no, I mean, the number of times I've had to tell people you don't need to worry about sound pollution, like the number of times I've informed people that mechanics don't work the same way they did in 2012 in Dwarf Fortress is kind of amazing at this point. The only time I wanted to stop streaming Dwarf Fortress was around the point where Seth put out that video. That was the only time that the community became too insufferable for me to really play. Just like there was a point where Caves of Cud became really difficult to play for a bit shortly after Seth put out a video. Basically, whenever Seth puts out a video about a game, I don't really want to stream it for about a month, because there will be about a month there where the game becomes very difficult to enjoy, which is unfortunate because often those are games I really like playing. But I think it'll calm down pretty quick. Kit Fox is pretty good about managing that stuff. Feels love when talking with a child. Well, that's good. Do it. Rory's speaking with his mom, and they both feel love. Aww. How cute. I mean, usually if he's working on a video, the devs get informed in advance, and I haven't heard anything about him working on a Cogmind video. Although if he does make a Cogmind video, I'll have to stream Cogmind for a bit. Just because I can't say no to that traffic. Like, to give you an idea, when I stream Caves of Cud, I normally get like 50 to 60 viewers, right? That week, when Seth put out a video, even though the community was bloody insufferable for that week, I had about 200 people watching. Because that's about how much traffic people who are good at games can get. All right. Large gems, crafts, and let's say this is going to be a lot of trading. Yeah, but you don't, the thing is, it's not young people that are annoying. Young people are just silly and fade out pretty quickly. The people that are annoying, Pink, are intelligent people that have aged past being young, but have the maturity level of a young person, right? And there's a lot of those people. You know, people that are in like their mid-20s that still act like they're 16. And unfortunately, there's a lot of those people. A lot of them in Canada right now on the roads. So it's like, unfortunately, I'm not worried about young kids. I don't think little kids will stop playing Fortnite long enough to check out Dwarf Fortress. Jimmy is hunting a kangaroo. Don't feel like caving that in. Like, for a second there, I was thinking about caving in that building on the left there, and then I was like, you know what? That's probably a bad idea. And you know what? Yeah, that's definitely absolutely a bad idea. Also, I'm curious, Pink, when people were telling you that you were doing things wrong in Dwarf Fortress, what forum was that on? Was that on Reddit? On the forums? Was that in a Twitch chat? Where'd you run into that? Fortunately, I'm at a point now when someone tells me that I'm doing something wrong, I can just take them to school. But, like, I guess I could see that being obnoxious. On the Reddit? I believe it. It's unfortunate, though. Last two wagons, looks like. Rose gold, black bronze, electrum, rose gold. Yeah. I mean, I honestly, like, if giving outdated advice is the worst thing that you can get in Dwarf Fortress, that's pretty okay. Because at least they are still well-meaning and trying to help, you know? I mean, obviously, like, they could word that stuff in a way that's real mean, but even that, like, it still comes from, like, a place of, like, trying to help. But yeah, there is a who's Nil Tongues do Matt shares a rumor from abroad, but someone has mastered appraisal. Assuming that's my bookkeeper, probably. That's neat. Yeah, totally. Pink Fluffy. But yeah, I don't know. It's honestly the only issues that I really run into community-wise with games like Dwarf Fortress and Caves of Cud and Cogmine and all that isn't even like gatekeepiness. The only issues that I've run into genuinely are certain YouTubers weaponizing their communities and 4chan weaponizing itself. But outside of that, like the vast majority of what I've encountered with Dwarf Fortress and games like it is just pretty chill. I feel like games become pretty toxic the second there is an agreed upon meta, and especially when it's a multiplayer experience. If it's a multiplayer experience, it's almost impossible to keep it civil. But when people start discussing the correct way to play, it becomes a problem. I think that Dwarf Fortress might have a better time with that just because the whole point of Dwarf Fortress is like telling a story. But the second it stops being about telling a story and becomes about min-maxing, that's when it'll become a problem. But I think that Dwarf Fortress does a good enough job of just being really hard to min-max that it won't run into that issue. But I could also be completely off with that. Like that's just my experience and my thoughts from my time playing Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, that really helped you. Wow, sweet. You know that, well, hold up. Flowcharts, you say? Okay, start. That. Okay, chop trees with Command DT. Dig, Command DD. This is like an easy how-to DF flowchart. Dig deep. I like this one. Chop trees, wood, carpenter's workshop, barrel, still, which comes from farm plot BP, fields, plump helmets, just a brewing, booze, animal pasture, butcher shop, BWU, labor, butchery, meals, food pile, refuse pile, training weapons, optional, buckets, splints and crutches, woods, bins, hospital. I like how they don't tell you to make furniture out of wood, even though you could. It's Mason's workshop. Furniture, tables, thrones, doors, furniture pile, office, manager, bookkeeper, dining hall, smooth hall. Remove embark wagon. Yes, but the vast majority of people who play a lot of Dwarf Fortress just laugh at them and walk away. Yeah, it's a fucking great flowchart. If you're new to Dwarf Fortress, that flowchart is more or less how I learned the game. Like, no joke. Like, that is how I learned the game. Was just staring at that flowchart and squinting. This is what we needed. This is what we ordered. This is what we asked for. This is what we requested. This is what we get. No, absolutely. Like that format of min-maxing is helpful. But like the second you start telling me that I'm playing the game wrong, that's where shit gets bad. It's a basic game without numbers or levels. It's a trap Bay12 avoided really well, which is actually one of the main reasons why I dislike using Therapist and DF Hack, because it enables all of that. Nil says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. What request do you have of our merchants? Cheese. And also big tailcloth. Rose gold and black bronze. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I think that the only, actually, now that I seriously am thinking about it, the only real annoyances I've had are the people who come in and tell me that you're playing the game wrong because you're using a tile set or you're not using a tile set, or vice versa. You're using the wrong tile set, the wrong colors, the wrong whatever. I've had people try and argue that on both sides before. You joke, but those people exist, Twitch ups. You have a good time, Space Pirate. I'll perhaps see you later. Perhaps I won't. Regardless, enjoy your run. End of meeting. Read unknown algorithm. Tell a story. People get mad at people for cheating in Cookie Clicker? You can cheat Cookie Clicker? I know that you're referring to, like, using auto clickers and modified save files and all that, but, like, it's not cheating. You get achievements for it. It's part of the game. There's literally an achievement for using an auto clicker. It's called click really fast. It's, like, inhumanly fast. You can't, like, the game requires you to cheat to 100% it. So, in the moment JavaScript stuff, yeah, so what? Who cares? Who cares? Non-concern. You succeeded the fast click once. You need to vibrate your hand. That's what she said. But also, okay. I feel like maybe if I had like a laptop mousepad, I could maybe do it. But you bet your ass I used an auto clicker. I mean, maybe they didn't, maybe they didn't, but I was always under the impression that it literally required an auto clicker. You had a neat program that calculated the optimal purchases to make your investment back in Cookie Clicker. I mean, that's not cheating. That's just playing Cookie Clicker. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's just understanding how Cookie Clicker works. Because you could just do the math to do that, or you could use a calculator. That's like saying using a calculator is cheating at math. I mean, it is, cheaters. I'm looking at you, but also, I got accused of cheating because I refused to, like, write down the equations. I just did them in my head. I got accused of cheating around grade 7 age with math because I just, like, refused to write it down because it was just easier to do it in my head. I was like, that's the answer. Done. It's like, bruh, long division is not hard, okay? It's never been hard. Stop telling me it's hard. I can do long division in my head. It's okay. Can't use your brain. That's cheating. No, they wanted me to take twice as long on all of the questions and write them all down. Which I did, but still got them right. Something about me having to prove that I was using the correct method to do my long division. Something about that. You need to uninstall some RAM from your brain? But I've been downloading the RAM all day. I don't want to uninstall stuff that I've been downloading. So someone just commented on episode 34 of Longdeath on YouTube 3 hours ago. So not just commented, but someone commented on there asking, will you give Distant Worlds 2 a shot until people shout at you to stop playing a 4X that's not called Stellaris? Because I think in episode 34 I was talking about stopping playing Endless Space 2 because people kept complaining it wasn't Stellaris. And I have a question. What is Distant Worlds 2? I didn't play the first one, and I know, like, nothing about it. I know that it exists. Apparently comes out on the 10th of March. Hasn't Das Tactic been playing a shit ton of this? Yeah, not really interested. Comes out in 3 weeks. Yeah, I don't know. There's the one that they wanted me to do and not the one that they didn't want me to do. The one they didn't want me to do is not the correct way, which is like square division. They wanted me to do like the drop down one with all the different lines or something. What? Take the downloading more RAM seriously? And you're like, no, I'm joking. Oh, wow. And I didn't really mean to assign more swap space. Lol. That's funny. That is amusing. I like it. Maybe they were just baiting you. Perhaps. I don't know. I don't really stream 4X games. I find them very, very, very difficult to stream. And people tend to not watch me play 4X games. Every 4X game I've streamed in the history of my entire career of streaming, chat's complained about how boring it is. So I don't even the ones I enjoyed streaming, chat still complained about how boring it was. Never understood the square division one. Is that the one where you draw a bunch of lines? The one that they wanted me to do was to draw the line down, write the number, draw the line down, write the number, draw the line down, write the number. Which I just did it all in my head. It took forever. And then square division is the one where you like draw a square and you write the numbers around the edge of the square and then fill in the center, I think. I don't fucking know. Have I put chat through Aurora 4X? No. Have I played Aurora 4X? Yes. Aurora, honestly, like the main reason I have no interest in streaming Aurora 4X is I can't look at it. that's a game that hurts my eyes. Yes, the newer version does as well. I know the older one is worse, but the newer one also hurts my eyes. I want to shout out a second that water is covering that dwarf's throat. So haven't done long division in like over a decade, so asking me to explain how long division works now is like, luck. All right, looks like the dwarves are ready to leave. Takes half a season for us to trade. Ridiculous. Meditate on lust. I feel you, man. No more. You ever get jobs? No, you didn't. Jeez. Really? Wow. Think. I mean, I use a calculator now. If it's big enough that I can't do it in my head, but most of the time I just do it in my head. Smaller numbers, I just do it in my head. Distant Worlds is a game that gives you the option to automate things you do not want to worry about. It has a lot of depth and you enjoy it. It's probably a phenomenal game, but I won't stream it. You do math for fun? Who hurt you? Polynomial long division is yucky. I'm not even entirely sure how that works. But yeah, if I have to do any kind of math now, I just use a calculator. If you look at it kind of like a kind of puzzle. So I love puzzles. I've never found number puzzles and that format of math puzzles to be fun. Everything about math is just unpleasant to me, which is why I don't like a lot of specific genres of puzzle-ish games, because the second it becomes all about math, it's like, I love logic puzzles. I love puzzle games. I love directional puzzles, spatial puzzles, physics puzzles. The second it becomes about numbers and math, I'm out. My brain just doesn't operate that way. Also, this is just like a regional dialect thing that I think is interesting. I can always immediately identify somebody from the UK based on whether or not they say math or maths. Because like to me, math is not plural. The second people say math in the plural sense, it perplexes me. Hey ho, wait, what? What up? Those things. It's like over here, you'll never see math written as plural. I don't like Zectronics games. Well, actually, that's not true. I enjoyed Liza, which is a Zectronics game. But also not your normal Zectronics game. This game. It's a visual novel that Zectronics put out. You can tell it's a Zectronics game, though, because there is solitaire in it. You know, whenever I talk about hating math, people are always like, but math is a puzzle. And then they try to explain to me why it's a puzzle and why it's fun. And no, it's not. There are puzzles and then there is math. And those are two different things. Math is not fun. Puzzles are fun. You remember Ashens once joked that there's an some math somehow ended up on light. The S on math somehow ended up on Lego? Huh? and and good and depressing. I wouldn't say it's. I didn't find it particularly depressing, but it's certainly dark. Oh, Legos. Yeah, see, Lego also shouldn't be plural. Lego is a brand name, and the second you say Legos, it's like stops being Lego. It's Legos. So what? But Lego is the plural of Lego. Just like I insist to people that moose is the plural of moose, but you know. Yeah, I will never fully understand why people call Lego Legos. Moose is the plural of moose. You know, this is how I feel when people type in acronyms instead of just typing the thing in. It's just like when Audio was here earlier and referring to Mario Kart 8 as MK, and I'm like, MK? Mortal Kombat? Which, of course, I know what he was actually talking about, and of course I did that intentionally, but like, stop it. It's because the S Mafia wants control over things. Uh-huh. You know how to also detect somebody who's not from, like, Canada? Pink? They call moose meese. The chances of actually seeing a second moose. Right! Yeah, moose are very solitary critters. You only ever see one of them. Liza, the game came to my mind last week when you read about a story of suicide lines selling conversation to the sales of chatbot companies. Oh yeah, absolutely. I believe that. I believe that. I'm gonna go use the toilet real quick. Back in a sec. I return. Are either teasing or don't know English? Oh, there's definitely some people that I've had to get into like legitimate arguments over with that one. But yes, a lot of it is just people teasing. That's probably the majority. It's people teasing. But every now and again, I do run into people who are actually just that dumb. I thought you're Crabicus. Regardless, though, I'm blind. I'm a wandering wizardet who goes by many names. A wandering wizardet? What's wizardet? You're the only streamer that you know of that takes toilet breaks? Well, sometimes I have to pee more often because of health problems. So randomly I will vanish and just be like, I gotta pee. Like if I'm peeing a lot, it's probably because of like diabetes being an ass more than anything. Now, do you say that I'm the only streamer that you know of that takes toilet breaks because I'm the only streamer that verbally states it? Or is it just a, like, people are secretive about when they use the toilet kind of deal? I don't know. This is perplexing me. Crutches and picks. Iron pick. 1. Crutch. What? 2. You heard that moose eat poisonous mushrooms as medicine? What? I mean, I'm sure they eat mushrooms. I don't know if they eat them as medicine. I mean, cats eat grass as medicine. If a cat's eating if a cat's eating grass, it's because it wants to vomit. So, because it means it ate something that made its tummy feel upset. So if a cat's eating grass, it's because it's trying to puke. Because it's trying to get something out of it that's making it feel unpleasant or upset. I mean, so I on this topic, I don't think there is any more for me to read, but I can try. All right, chat. There is nothing for me to read in the Add a Word Stories room, so I want you guys. You guys have 30 seconds to add text to the Add a Word Stories room, and then I'll read it. So jump into the Discord, go to the Add a Word Stories room, and start typing. Damn it. Anyway, otherwise I have one word to read. Anyway, there was a tweet that I saw a couple of years ago. Wait, what? Where a streamer who I know of asked pretty bluntly, it's like, if you need to poop and you're streaming, do you take a break and go poop? Or do you stream for an extra couple hours until you can't hold it anymore and then end stream and then go poop? Because this person claims that they felt really weird taking a break to go poop and said that it just felt wrong. And then it was the whole, like, all of Twitter just saying, fucking broad, just go poop. Like, just go AFK for 5. It's fine. Which has kind of always been my method, but I guess there are people out there that, like, refuse to admit to taking toilet breaks and having bodily functions as people. I mean, I also take, like, stab myself breaks where I get up and stab myself with a needle and give myself an injection, so I think that's weirder than pooping. Anyway, with that done, I can now say, drunk blobby fish tail when fins fried look bad. Saucy sausages can't jump this wall. Baked dwarves in pies are... There you go. We're all caught up. Good job, Chad. No, we didn't just waste Crabicus. Channel points. Just mostly wasted them. He's also been touched by the diabetes. Well, I'm glad that the diabetes fairy has poked your cat as well. Why, do you keep winning, Pink? Yeah, I think that's all it is. I mean, I know a lot of streamers who are just like, I got a thing to do, back in a sec. I know a lot of streamers just don't announce it. I'm just kind of crass. I'm like, I need to take a piss, and then I go take a piss. It's just the way I talk. So it might just be a speech pattern thing. Some people might just be more modest than me. I don't know. You time yourself? Now that's a little weird. Well, because people are kind of shallow, I think. You know, the number of people that I know right now that are streaming Lost Ark is higher than it was earlier. I follow 28 channels right now. I'm going to read every game they stream. Lost Ark, 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 Project Zomboid, Nova Islands, Lost Ark, Lost Ark, Lost Ark, Project Zomboid, Lost Ark, Transport Fever, 7 Days to Die, Empyrean Galactic Survival, They Are Billions, SnowRunner, Lost Ark, City Skylines, Escape from Tarkov, Sifu, Lost Ark, Final Fantasy Online, Lost Ark, VR Chat. A lot of people are playing Lost Ark. My honesty is refreshing as always. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I do. Okay, so I know very little about Lost Ark, but I do have a question. Who lost it? And have they found it yet? I'm just going to start asking people that every time they mention Lost Ark. It's like, have you found it yet? No one you're following is playing Lost Ark. How many channels do you follow? Actually kind of curious. On my Steam friends list, how many people are actively playing Lost Ark? I installed it and then uninstalled it this morning. Oh, hey, it's now fully down to mixed reviews. That was quick. Only 16 of my friends on Steam are playing Lost Ark. Yeah, I think Indiana Jones found it a while ago, guys. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe the dinosaurs broke it. Pause. Oh, the Noah's Ark. That Ark, yeah. It was like, wait, which Ark are we talking about now? Fill those two up a little quicker. Ark of the Covenant. Good band, actually. Arkansas. I mean, to be fair, Arkansas has been lost for a while. It's probably for the best. Sorry to anybody here from Arkansas. You have a good night, too. A bad night would be bad, so have a good night. Holy crap! Infernax is actually releasing? This was a game that a mutual friend of mine at the time kickstarted in, like, 2012? Wow. It's actually coming out. That is bizarre. I was literally thinking about Berserk the other day. I was like, I wonder what Latch and Friends are up to. Huh. All right. Interesting. That's funny to me. He actually fucking made it. Wish that there was a sauce called Arkansas just to mess with people. All right, we have a new business venture. We're making Arkansas. And it's gonna be sold in a little ark, and it's gonna have sauce in it. We could call it No One's Arkansas. It's an ark with sauce in it. That would be so fantastic. Multiple layers of pun. It's an arc in sauce. Yeah, see, there you go. Weave thread into silk. To late autumn. So we're hitting about 7 hours into the stream. Trying to figure out about how much longer we want to let the time go for Longdeath. I'm also trying to figure out what I want to do this evening. I think, Chad, are you guys down for an evening audiobook tonight? What do you think? Because we could do some more of that. Because that was fun when we did that earlier. Which is the Veil, by the way, when I say late night audiobook. Which is the game with no visuals and just, you know, sounds. What are you looking at? I don't know. Your hands. That's my best guess. Maybe a screen? Possible. Perhaps a wall? Maybe some ceiling? Or a mug? I'm currently looking at a mug. A good mug. Your hands when you type? God damn, it was close. Well, what's up, hashtag? In the fort? Yeah. They all dwarves. There's some cats and unicorns, a few cougars as well. A couple turkeys, some pigs. But mostly dwarves. But we're getting pretty close to the end of the Dwarf Fortress portion of the stream today. Your girlfriend saw you playing Brogue and asked me what that game was with the letters that are funny monsters. Oh, well, I mean, to be fair, if you're not sure what you're talking about, it's like, yeah, it can come across as that. So. Do you got cots in the fort for all your viewers? Like, are they named after people who watch? Because yes. But I don't know what you mean. Like, do you mean cots as in, like, beds? I mean, nobody's invited, if that's what you're asking. Sleepover is such a weird way to word that. I like my privacy. But the dwarves are named after people in chat, yes. Do I have a favorite dwarf? Oh, not really. Not currently. It'd be cool if there was a rare point reward that you could trigger a dwarf to visit the fort named after your Twitch name. Absolutely not. I don't want my chat to have any format of interaction with my world of any sort. Absolutely not. Twitch chat interaction does one thing, and that's just ruin games. Or integration. Just ruins games. That's all it does. It's probably a strawberry that you're carrying up there. Giant rat is... What? It's like, we're not hunting giant rats, but that giant rat did just fall off a cliff. Down in the caverns. Every now and again, it'll be like, giant rat is fine. Is like... fighting. It's like, what's it fighting with? Well, there's giant rat blood on that tree underground. Apples and oranges, I am hashtag. It's like that's like trying to compare a Walt Disney cartoon with that's it. No, that's like trying to compare Daisy and Roller Coaster Tycoon. They're both video games. Yeah, this is true. They're both video games that work on a computer. Well, I'll say this. Dwarf Fortress is 100% cheaper than Caves of Cud. Because it's free. So. That's one thing that Dwarf Fortress has to its advantage. Aside from that, they're like completely different games. Love Caves of Cud, though. Also love Dwarf Fort. Also, Chups, you should show your girlfriend NetHack. Want to see the letters being funny monsters? NetHack takes the cake for that. So what brings you here, I am hashtag? Because you've clearly heard of Caves of Cud. Since you're asking about how this compares to Caves of Cud. As silly as a question as that is. Dwarf's real frustrated. I'd say most of them are frustrated because they all just want to practice crafts, but we need to get rid of these crafts. Game to see what it's all about. This is a weird fort to see what DF is all about. Come back on Tuesday and I'll have a much more normal fort for you. If you can play Brogue, you can play NetHack. NetHack is just a little bit more mechanically driven in its design. Like you can throw anything in NetHack. As an example. Hard to perceive what's going on. Yeah, this fort's like more extreme in that regard. Because this is probably one of the oldest forts in existence. Because this fort is 376, on year 376. We started on year 5, so we're 371 years in. And to put that into perspective, we started this fort in August of 2020. And I've been playing it a couple times a week since. Without a stop, really. Okay, so you do actually need to put more contain. That's interesting. I just learned something. You have to put more chests or more coffers into hospitals to put more soap into it. Also what Chup said. Yeah. You're more into Moria than Angband? Moria was my first ever roguelike. I never got heavily into Angband, but my favorite was Adom. For a second there, I am hashtag. I was trying to figure out who you called a twit. I was like, who's twit? Oh, Twit Chops, right? Right. I was like, who are we calling a twit now? Am I a twit? Is Stone a twit? Took me a second to realize that they were referring to Twitch ups. I mean, it's sort of like referring to stupid as stupid, but his name's IR Stupid. It's his own fault. Yeah, no, I get you. It took me a second. I was like, who are we calling a twit now? But, you know, Dwarf Fortress is a fun mess of four different modes, technically. 3 different modes, largely. It's an open world RPG. It's a base building management game / world simulation, and it's a history book that you can read if you want. It's also got another mode, which is more of like a fancy debug mode, which is disabled by default, but it exists. So every death was a restart? Well, I mean, that would definitely be like a run-based action game, not a roguelike. Mark, come on. Don't be silly. There's no level generation in that, and it's also not turn-based. Can't be a roguelike. But with Dwarf Fortress, the way that the game works is you generate a world, and a world can be anywhere from 100 years old to 1,000 years old. Which is the difference between like 5 minutes to generate a world or 4 hours to generate a world. You generate your world, and then you can read the entirety of all the history, every single event for every single character that lived in that world, meaning humans, dwarves, goblins, zombies, magical experiments, evil characters, happy characters, kings, queens, demons, legendary beasts, randomly generated creatures, animal people, various civilizations, factions, religions, books, poetry forms, musical forms, instruments, etc. And then you can interact with that world in one of 3 ways. You can either kind of stare at it from the distance and from Legends mode, and then generate another one. You can build fortresses like this one on the world map, like this. Or you can be an adventurer and wander around the entirety of the open world in a massive open world sandbox RPG. So it's kind of like Kenshi, Caves of Cod, and No Moria all mashed into one game. But also, you generate a whole world every time, and you can just go read every single historical event from the entirety of the world. And if you, say, have an adventure or a fortress, you can go read about all of the individual dwarves in that fortress before and after they entered the fortress. And it's free. But it's obtuse because it's free. So it has no graphics currently. The paid version, which is announced and coming soon TM when it's done, will have graphics and a reworked UI. But in many ways, it's one of the most advanced simulations ever made. In adventure mode, you can claim chunks of land and build a farm on it and just play a farming sim for a bit. You could be a drunk goblin bard and go write different forms of poetry and then vomit on other patrons. you can go for a swim and get eaten by a giant sponge. It's a great game. It's obviously not all of it is perfect, but got real good at Deku Tree. That's just a funny thing. I got real good at Deku Tree. Later on, start a fortress and have the vomited poetry books in your library. Yeah, absolutely. You could preach the bumblebee goddess of water and salt's greatness. That too, yeah. And sing the words of the marvelous song, and then chant the glorious chant, and do the chants of glimmer, and then cook yourself a meal. Of course, you may also worship an undead owl. And watch rats fall off a cliff. They keep doing that here. I don't actually... I think they just, like, vanish when they land because there's no map. There's no giant, like, rats on the map at all. They just... We hear about them falling every so often, and that is it. Poof in a pink cloud feels that way. I mean... Tristek is the deity of the ignited creation. Most often takes the form of a skeletal male dwarf and is associated with disease and death. You could worship the god of disease and death. In this world. Or, Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks is a deity of the ignited creation. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with jewels and wealth. And in the year 121, Shin cursed the dwarf vampire Zaloro to prowl the night in search of blood and Longdeath. And Zaloro, while is no longer a member of the fortress, still lives here and is berserk. And his sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is neatly combed, and his long hair is neatly combed. His sandy tauped skin is extremely wrinkled, and his slightly close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises, and his nose bridge is concave. His small lobed ears are extraordinarily broad, and his hair is white. All of his clothes is rotted off. And he's still there. It's fine. He's perpetually pissed. We just ignore him. All of the everything is generated in this game. I'm looking. I kind of want a dwarf to be like singing a song so I could show you music, but or visit as an adventurer as the fortress is being ruined by giant monsters, and then you get stabbed to death by the giant monster, which has happened to me. I've shown him the thought screen. Oh, this one. I mean, probably. This is your dwarf. This is Zatsuki's the dwarf's character sheet. All of their recent thoughts, their family, their personal history of where they've lived, their age, injuries, their looks. The green text is their likes. Darker text is their physical strength, and then their mental strength. What they are is the gray text. Their outlook on life, which is the blue text. All of the purple text is changes they've made in their mind over the years, and the white text is basically like their personality. Simple. Also, I think I will take a line from an On Doubt video real quick.
I have no memories of not being in front of the computer. My first memory is watching my brother.
We should just fix the bugs and fix the frame rate problems.
All right, where's that bit?
Rigs and then decide that things, and then that, I mean that's all kind of at this because the reason kind of things, they feel more like work, and so.
Or any other of your fantasies that you come up with yourself and create a world.
Where is that bit? There's a line where
That's just, yeah, I mean, it's funny because, I mean, programming, that's some of it's mathematical. It took me a while to put together that the math happening in
You automatically lose.
year 1400 cut. I can't.
There's a really good line in this video that I'm
having
looking for. I
more
can't
and more
find it.
realistic graphics. You know, where would game design have gone? And you can still see pieces of this in different communities. There are a couple.
Anyway, that's just a 30-minute video. Don't know if we should watch the whole thing, but what's the line? I'm trying to think of the exact line, but it's a line that Zach says where he's just like, there's a point where he's talking about there's a point where it ceases to become a game and is actually and ends up being one of the most realistic simulations out there, because it probably is. But I can't remember the exact line.
The roguelite of personalities and until built this completely.
We should just fix the bugs and fix the frame. There are plenty of games that
Maybe it's at the beginning, actually.
It's a work of art that's also
actually it might be
geography and 1,000-year history that is.
Yeah, here it is.
And it stuck very hard, harder than he anticipated, I think, you know, in terms of our further use to society. And we just, yeah, when I say we, I'm talking about my brother, of course, just stuck with it. It's forever. I've been making games as long as I could read.
I would describe what we're doing as creating a procedurally generated world with a geography and 1,000-year history that is all created by the computer. We've been recognized, like our game was in the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. And we also made it on the front page of our local newspaper for this, which for some reason I'm more proud of than that. It's a video game, first and foremost. You play it. It's called Dwarf Fortress. You're creating a fortress with dwarves, and you kind of command them to do their work indirectly. And that's one part of there's three parts of the game. There's the lore, the Dwarf Fortress, and then you can also be an adventurer, and that's more like a standard role-playing game. So it's a work of art that's also
not the line I was looking for, but it's a good one. Anyway, you can watch that whole video if you want. Links in the chat. But no, there's one part where he's talking about how crazy the simulation goes, and he basically says it's one of the most in-depth simulations ever made, because it probably is. Because he's talking about how there's enough simulated in Dwarf Fortress that is completely believable, but also at the same time, there's enough that's not simulated that is implied that it's simulated that we can infer that on it without actually, you know. He says about a game where you can grapple someone's left back tooth with your upper leg. Can't do that? Get good. I mean, remember that time that a giant bit a dwarf by the eyeball and then proceeded to whip him around by the eyeball, and then that dwarf punched the giant in the face, driving the skull through the brain, crushing the brain? One of my dwarves was getting whipped around by the eyeball by a giant that bit them in the eyeball, and then the dwarf punched that. And also, let's also not forget about the classic hold on. The classic Dwarf Fortress fan art of a person who threw a lion at a lion, killing the lion with the lion that they threw at the lion. Just, this is the game that we're playing. Allegedly. Yep. Mm-hmm. They must be lying about that one. I don't know about that, but the lion is having trouble breathing. The spitting lion corpse strikes the lion in the upper body, bruising the muscle and jamming the false rib through the lung and tearing apart the lung. The lion is having trouble breathing. The lion corpse is lodged firmly in the wound. Now, was it a fluffy wambler or a puppy? I've seen a puppy, and I've heard people talk about a fluffy wambler, but I've only ever seen screenshots of the puppy being thrown at the bronze colossus. I mean, even just the flying bolt strikes the emu in the right upper leg, chipping the bone, and the artery has been opened by attack. The bronze bolt is launched firmly in the room, and then Jimmy Tibby screams, "Help, save me, I must withdraw, help, save me, help, save me, help, save me, I must withdraw, I must withdraw, I must withdraw." The militia captain stands up. The flying copper bolt he fires another one, strikes the emu in the upper body, tearing the muscle and tearing the middle spine's nervous tissue. And an artery has been opened by the attack, and then a tendon in the spine has been torn. And then Jimmy Tibby screams, I must withdraw, I must withdraw, I must withdraw. You're terrified of these fucking emus that you're shooting bolts at. The spitting is the part that reached you the most. Yeah. More standard combat stories? I mean, it's a lot of like thing punches, thing punches, thing punches, thing. I mean, more standard combat looks more like this. But this is like this is dwarves practicing. So elite wrestler punches the other wrestler in the left hand, only gently tapping the target. They're practicing, so they're trying not to hurt each other. The wrestler misses the elite wrestler. The wrestler charges at the wrestler. The wrestler looks surprised by the ferocity of the elite wrestler's onslaught. The elite wrestler collides with the wrestler, and the wrestler is knocked over and tumbles backwards. These are two dwarves training. Oh, that was you who pinged me? I was like, why did I get a ping from the Discord? Yep. The spinning live fluffy wambler. I mean, I once had a forgotten beast that was killed by a hamster that was thrown by a dwarf. It was a hamster corpse. There was a dead hamster that had been killed by a cat, seemingly, a while ago. And then a dwarf picked it up and went, boo, at the forgotten beast and went right through the skull, destroying the brain. So, I mean, that's the closest to that I've got. And now you're just linking orchids. What's this? You really like orchids, don't you? That is pretty, though. They're so delicate and pretty. I used to think that about my ex. Read Common Sense of Scraping. Well, that's lovely. Meditate on speech. Meditate on mountains. Noted. Socialize! Where, what? Are you really just socializing by yourself? This dwarf is socializing, sitting on the back of a farmer's workshop by themselves. Probably with this dwarf. And this dwarf's like, fuck you, man. I'm working. I'm socializing. Are you, though? Could it be proof? I don't know. Was it? Written down the item is a manual entitled Could It Be Proof? Authored by Tiny Goliath. It concerns formal reasoning. It's not awful, but not very good either. That's awful. What a terrible book. Also, I never gave you jobs, apparently. It's usually like person clashes with this person lost a finger. Vice versa. But yeah, if you want to play DF, just download it and start playing. Really. At the end of the day, the best way to get into DF is just install her and start playing and follow the quick start guide on the wiki. If you want YouTube videos, I recommend Krug Smash as your first fortress and then just follow. My favorite artifact will forever be a part of an artifact pickaxe made of a baby. Your action wasn't horror, it was how. It's more the pickaxe. It's more pickaxe there than there was. Yeah, true. That is probably. I mean, if a dwarf can make a pickaxe out of a baby, I'd be willing to bet that YouTube channel that makes knives out of things that shouldn't be made into knives, I'll bet you could make a baby into a knife. So if you can make a baby into a knife, then what's stopping a dwarf from making a baby into a pickaxe? Also, I think the response is horror for that. My favorite artifact that I've ever gotten. I don't know. That's a hard one. I've never had any particularly disturbing artifacts because, like, the number of fell moods I've had are minimal because I'm so good at avoiding them. So I don't know. That's a tough one. I really want to. Okay, something I want to know, and it's impossible for you to tell me now, Merc. I'm really curious about how heavy that baby was and how heavy the pickaxe was, and I'm curious if the pickaxe was heavier than the baby. It's like, I'm going insane and I'm going to rip apart this child and make you into a pickaxe. But somehow just like make more matter appear in the process. You know what I mean? It's like, how? How? That's funny. It's just like if somebody made like a thing of armor out of a baby. You're all for resourcefulness, but yeah, exactly. That was the reaction? Huh. Well, clearly they fed the baby a whole bunch before they ripped it into tiny pieces. How do you increase the density of a baby so that you can... I'm not going to think about this anymore. That's enough internet for one day, I think. Is it though, Chops? He's soaked in water. All right. That's enough. Ugh, good Lord. No. 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 That is all. It's the least of the concerns of your artifact, in your opinion? Really? Oh, yeah, fair enough. How do you guys feel about some Veil? We're in midwinter of the year 376. It's almost 2 years. Pretty good. Last couple times we've done Longdeath, it's been 1. Oh. Krabicus. A dwarven child withdraws from society. I think we'll do the artifact and then we'll play some Veil. So you murdered someone to make a tool and forgot mentioning the wood on the handle. How did you forget that? Yeah, that too. Well, obviously they murdered them with the wood. All right, well, this one is like taking the key for like the most out of the way workshop. Otherwise, I will forget, and this dwarf will die. Really don't want. Because your eyes are falling out and your head hurts? Then go to sleep. You gotta go to sleep. Go to bed, dude. Stay up because of me. I'm just streaming video games. Allegedly. You can neither confirm nor deny whether or not I am currently streaming this video game. You have no proof. We'll see you when we see you, Chups. Thanks for hanging out. All right, child, what are you gonna make? It's funny that we were talking about artifacts and I get an artifact. You missed artifact talks? Well, you don't need to miss it because you're about to see one. This child is in a strange mood, and thus they are making a mysterious construction of unknown possibility and value. It's a mysterious thing to behold. Oh, also, since you seem to be rather new to Dwarf Fortress, I am hashtag. There's one factoid about Dwarf Fortress I need to tell you right now. So, a dragon takes up a full tile, but you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile if 999 of them are lying down. Very important DF factoid. Just make sure that 999 of them lie down first. Of course, that's a theory because dragons aren't exactly a common thing. Yeah, but arena mode exists. Stone. Allegedly. Can neither confirm nor deny the fact that arena mode may or may not be activatable with the change of one line of text. And it's like, how do you wield 18 shields? Very carefully. Also very slowly, because they fucking heavy. You ever tried to lift that many shields? Good God. Crafts Dwarf, yep. Crafts Dwarf. Is also going to very inconvenient lengths. Scepter? You betting Scepter? I mean, the last Crafts Dwarf was a weapon rack. Well, if you have too many buckles, you'll need some zippers, and then you can be a Final Fantasy character. It won't beat Moist Pink's infamy. Moist Pink was pretty great. Moist Pink. The Scepter. Bum, 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 bum. Also, to give you an idea about how rare dragons are in Dwarf Fortress, I've probably got close to 10,000 hours in this game at this point, and I've seen 3. Dragons are pretty rare. 2 of 3 of them I tamed. I've also got that many hours in Dwarf Fortress, and I've never seen a gnome. I know they exist, but I've never seen one. Also, apparently there's pandas in Dwarf Fortress. Never seen one. Because they tend to spawn too far away from their food and run out of food sources. Their population grows, and then they all just kind of mysteriously die for some reason. Because they have no food. Which is really sad. I've seen dwarves that like stranglers for their terrifying features. I've also never found one. Dwarf Fortress is legitimately the only video game I've ever played that has its own, like, cryptids. The panda one sounds too accurate to reality. It's kind of sad, yeah. The funny thing is there can also be panda people, which I'm pretty sure also only eat bamboo. And if you spawn in as a panda person, you run into the same food problems as normal pandas. So, you know. Pandas have weird problems in Dwarfort. Also, dwarves can like coral reef, but there are no corals in Dwarfort. Although, Forgotten Beasts could be made of coral, possibly. Going for another block, are we? That I don't know. There are sharks. I've seen them. Also, hi, Tekid. So you're trying to expand the library of dwarven words with mods? How are you planning on doing that? I saw your Reddit thread about it, which is why I'm asking. Unless there's another Tekid on Reddit. They're cute? Have you ever seen one roar? Doesn't matter how cute an animal is if it's also delicious. If it's also delicious, it's probably fucked already. Yeah, I have no idea, Tekid, which is why I'm asking. And this child really wants blocks. Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. How many do I have? There's apparently a handful of efforts to expand the dictionary already. I guess you just add lines to the file, but some are doing bigger mods. Huh. All right, what have you done? 2 granite blocks. Jasper opals, purple spinels, granite blocks, pineapple opals, purple spinels, and an entire kangaroo worth of bones, more or less. All right, well, best of luck, Dwarf. I'm hoping for a piece of furniture, but... Alrighty, kiddo, what you making? Hey, Lemond. What are you making? Which means you'd have to add a word to all of them files, so that's at least 6 files. A lot of words. I don't know. Expanding the Dwarven language to me is like way too complicated. I'd want it, like, it's something that I hope Tarn does at some point, but also kind of I get it even if he doesn't. Like, I feel like that's something that Tarn would just like do in a weekend at some point because he's bored. When I have a whole fort of activities? Yeah, but I know what they're doing, which is mostly just putting shit away or socializing. They're not really all doing things. A lot of them are just kind of hanging out. Because I'm trying to give them a point to relax. I said at the beginning of today that I was just going to let the dwarves relax today, and like, that didn't happen. Also, because if you don't let them make the artifact, they go insane. So you have to pay attention, make sure they get everything that they need. Then go to bed, Bastet. Sleep well. As I've said many times in the past, you shouldn't wait up for me because I'm streaming a video game. Krabba, the Dwarven child, has created Hodor Both, a kangaroo bone statue of Kade Machine Hollow, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Hosoth Guildscales. That is awesome. It's a statue of the old king. It's worth 79,800 Zathal. This is a kangaroo bone statue of Kade Machine Hollow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of Kade Machine Hollow, the dwarf, and dwarves in kangaroo bone by Krabba. Kade Machine Hollow is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Kade Machine Hollow to the position of king of the ignited creation in the early summer of the year 196. It is encrusted with square, brilliant cut purple spindles and cushion diorite granite cabochons, and decorated with kangaroo bone, and encircled with bands of rectangular pineapple opal cabochons, and rectangular granite cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of purple spinel, jasper, and granite. That is cool. I'm imagining how this dwarf did it. I'll bet you they ground the bone down into a paste and then like molded it out of that paste, probably with like some liquid or something. Well, I can arrange it in a tasteful manner somewhere, and dwarves will get happy thoughts when they see it. That's how it affects the game mechanically. But this is a piece of artwork based on an event that happened in this fortress last year sometime. Maybe last summer, real time. So like August of 2021, this dwarf became, or maybe even before then, sometime in 2021, this dwarf became the king of this faction in this fort. And this dwarf just made an artifact based on the history of this fort, which is awesome. So now I can place it somewhere. And I'm going to put it next to the king's throne, up here. Kade Machine Hollow was the king of this fort for A very long time, 150 years. Close. At least 100 years. The king of the fort. Like 120 years, actually, I think was the total reign. It was a pretty long time that Kade lived for. Kade now rests in a tomb right here. Right there. Kade Machine Hollow. That's his partial skeleton. Is right next to Taurus II, Kade Machine Hollow's lover. Lifelong lover. They never married, but lifelong lover. That was indeed the ballista arrow era. That's hard to say. We still have plenty. Although the stockpiles are getting a little empty. This room and this room are both full of ballista arrows at one point. King kept demanding we make more, so thus we obliged, because you can't go against the wishes of a king. So that might be the coolest artifact we've had in Longdeath. Child making a statue out of bone for the king. I think that's where we're going to leave off today for Longdeath. I'm not sure when we'll do Longdeath next, but we'll do at least 2 times this next week. Next time we play Dwarf Fortress will be on Tuesday, but the stream is not over yet. We are continuing. We're just swapping games now. We'll be playing Hot Beards, which is the waterfall fort, on Tuesday. So I'm going to put a marker in chat now, so I know where to cut the VOD for YouTube. And we're going to go play some of The Veil, which is a game that has no visuals whatsoever. Completely blind accessible. So, I'll be back in a mo. Go check something. And then we'll continue. All right, I return.